sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
with Diesel and Cole Bryson
on the Fan Upstate.
Diesel, there is nothing worse in the world than a false sense of hope. Nobody wants to have a false sense of hope, and I am here to tell you today that I believe there are a lot of teams out there that have a false sense of hope when it comes to their college football playoffs. Diesel, good to have you in today. I do hear a little bit of an echo. I know we are at different places of their game space now. Diesel is back in the Eagles Market Studios. I am live at Golden Springs High School. So good to be with you. Welcome into Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. But I want to get into that, Diesel. I want to get into the college football playoff because as we enter the month of November, I find it very fascinating when you look at the teams that are on the bubble. We've talked about bubble teams before. We've talked about teams that have a legitimate shot at the playoff. But I want to ask the question, when you look at teams that are near or on the bubble, do you feel, the Tolos out there feel, that there is a false sense of hope that a lot of teams have in terms of them still being in the playoff hunt, but when it's all said and done, them not having a realistic opportunity to win the national championship? What do you think about it?
I think it's changed some things, but Cole, I do believe that it means more teams are focused on the college football playoff early, right, or later into the season. It means that Texas A&M still has a chance to make the playoff. It means that Georgia still has a chance to make the playoff, and we're not eliminating fan bases quite as early.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have an issue with that. The reason that I bring this up, Diesel, what spurred this question is we know that Alabama is not the team that we're used to seeing, right? They, for the first time in a very long time, Diesel, they look vulnerable. We've seen them lose to Vandy in 2024. We've seen them almost lose to South Carolina in 2024. Alabama is a team that, in my mind, is on or near the bubble. And I ask the question, does a team like Alabama going into, what is this? Is this week 10 already?
Yeah, we're in week 10.
We're in week 10. Going into week 10, does a team like Alabama have a sense of hope they can still get in when in reality, from what I've seen, Diesel, when watching Alabama, they don't look like the same Alabama. They don't have the same standards that Alabama used to have, right? So I guess it's a good thing from the players' point of view, from the coaches' point of view, because they're still fighting. They still have this sense of belief, this hope that they can still make a run if they were to get hot. But I'm just looking at it from a sense of, is it a real sense of hope, or is it a false sense of hope? Because there are a lot of people that are still in the hunt of making the playoff, but just because we haven't seen this yet. We haven't seen the college football take place yet, or the college football playoff expansion take place yet. So we don't really know if it's going to be different than past years when we had the 14th playoff. I just worry that there are a lot of teams out there right now, including Alabama, that feel like they have a shot to win it all, when in reality, Diesel, they do not.
Well, Cole, to that I would say, look, there's always teams that are going to be elite year in and year out, and anytime you have a playoff, you look
at favorites. There's a reason why there are favorites to go win the playoff. There are favorites to make it to a divisional round or a championship round, but no farther. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that, right? Like, if you have a handful of teams, Cole, whose realistic ceiling is making the college football playoff and losing a round one game, or essentially a play-in game for the playoff, okay, that's fine. I mean, you get to that point in your program, you can use that in recruiting to say, hey, I need you, star quarterback or star wide receiver, to help get us over the hump. We are a playoff caliber program. We have proof. We have done it. The concept has been proven. Now you can be the one that helps push us to the next level. Or, you could be one of those programs whose aspirations are set higher than that because you're Ohio State, because you're Alabama in most seasons. I understand this year's different with Alabama, the first year of Taylor DeBoer. But there's always those teams who have the chance to really go win this thing, and realistically, those who can only make the college football playoff. And there are those teams who are in the hunt for the college football playoff, and that's as far as they can go. Guess what? You can use that as recruiting as well. No longer are you in that 12 to 20 range on a given season, and all of a sudden you're irrelevant in the college football national landscape late in the season. You could say, hey, we're in the hunt down the stretch. We need you to come help us get into that playoff.
Texter 71307 says Diesel has an echo. Well, Texter, we'll work on it. I don't know why. What you call live radio at its finest. Now I hear an echo. So we'll work on that, Tolos, to see what's going on. NFL. And we went down the list of teams that actually were contenders. We went down the list of teams that actually had a chance to win the Super Bowl. Again, the reason I asked this question is I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the college football playoff. I'm not saying that it's the worst thing since sliced bread. Obviously, there's a lot of unknown with it being expanded to 12 teams. I just don't know, when it's all said and done, if it will look entirely different than it has in years past when you had the 4 teams. I hope it does. I hope teams actually have a shot to compete. But there's just so much unknown until we actually see it play out. I think I'm going to continue to be optimistic and kind of push back on it.
And Cole, we're going to need to see this thing play out over a number of years, right? Like we can't always look at this thing and say, "Oh, one-off scenario is how this college football playoff is going to play out for years and years and years." I mean, we had 10 years of the college football playoff, and by year 7, 8, we thought, "All right, now we have a good idea of how this thing is going to shape out in most years." But you just can't know. Now, fans will react. Fans will lose their minds and say, "Oh, this 1 year proved that this, and we should never do it that way ever again." And 1 year of a Cincinnati making the college football playoff and getting blown out. Oh, G5 should never get in. Look. One piece of information, one data point is not enough to make decisions on how to change the college or how to shape the college football playoff.
Texter says, better now, better audio now. Texter, look, we appreciate the heck out of it. You Tolos out there, y'all are our most valuable assets. Diesel and I are trying our best to get it to sound good, and I don't want to knock on wood here, but I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we are A-OK now when we talk about the echo and not hearing echo. Again, I am in Bowling Springs. Bowling Springs tonight. The Burnsville pregame show begins at 7 p.m. I want to go down the list of the A people and ask the question to you, Diesel, as well as the Tobo 71307, because we kind of did this earlier in the week for the NFL. But when you look at the bubble teams, and we did a segment last Friday that you brought to the table that I really enjoy doing, talking about teams that are on the bubble and what a loss will do to them this weekend. You know what I'm talking about? I think we did that last Friday, Diesel. But teams that are actually on the bubble that have a chance to make the playoff. In your mind, when you look at the 12, right, that's where the playoff will start. Iowa State, Big 12. Indiana, Big 10. Iowa State's 11. Indiana's 13, Alabama's 14, Boise State 15, and then you get down to teams that I don't think have a chance to actually be in contention, like LSU and Kansas State. I do think Diesel at some point in time before the season's over, and I believe Tuesday, by the way, we'll see the first set of ranked college football playoff. But I do believe that the level of play is going to be more entertaining just because of the expanded playoff and teams feeling like they have a shot. So to go back and kind of answer the question that I asked at the very beginning of the show, it may be a sense of false hope for a lot of teams. However, Diesel, I think that makes the overall product of what we view as college football even better.
Yeah, Cole, I think there's one big unintended consequence of the way we've shaped college football with the transfer portal, with NIL, et cetera. We talk about the best talent being pulled to the schools that have the most money, right? Well, there's a lot of schools who haven't necessarily found a ton of success over the past 15, 20, 25 years who now have a lot of money to spend, right? Their fan base says Indiana's a fantastic example. Indiana's a good football team. They're undefeated, right? Pitt is undefeated. So what's going to happen, Cole, when we have this continued drawing of the best talent up to the previously middle of the pack Big Ten teams, the middle of the pack SEC teams? Now all of a sudden, you're going to have a log jam of teams that are one-loss. You're going to have a log jam of no loss teams. I mean, I'm looking at Iowa State at 11, Indiana at 13. I'm looking at Boise State at 15 with one loss, Kansas State with one loss,
Pitt with no losses at 18, Army at 21 with no losses, Washington State with one loss at 22. So how are you going to tell me if you've got teams that are potentially running the table? And I'm talking specifically here more like the Pitts, more like the Indianas and Iowa States of the world. If you're running the table because you've got good talent and you're still not being considered for the college football playoff, now we're talking about potentially expanding the playoff, sure, because you've got undefeated and one-loss teams banging on the door saying, hey, what the hell, guys? Yeah, we're not winning. We're not getting into this playoff.
That's a good point. And real quick, Diesel, I want to get the upset picks in just a few moments from now because we have a loaded show today, and I don't know if we'll have a ton of time to spend on upset picks, so we will touch on it in this very first segment. But you know what I do find fascinating? Kind of my last point to this segment, Diesel, you kind of brought it up there. What I find very fascinating, and I don't know if we'll ever get the true answer to this, but Diesel, how does the College Football Playoff Committee, how does their responsibility change now compared to what their responsibility was when it was a 14 playoff, right? Do you understand what I mean there? Like, when it was a 14 playoff, there were certain things that you had to look for in terms of most deserving, right? The highest ranked teams, head-to-heads, common opponents. But I would love to know, and I don't think we'll ever find out because the committee is kind of like a secret, a secret committee. It feels like we don't ever get to hear from them. But how does their responsibility change now, in your mind, that it is expanded? Because ultimately, Diesel, now that it's expanded, the committee has a completely different job and responsibility than it did when it was a 14 playoff, because they're having to let all these teams in compared to, who has the best resume. I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, we're just, kicking the can. We're just punting the football right instead of debating between 4, 5, and 6. Now we're debating between 12, 13, 14, and we're actually making it more difficult on the playoff committee because you've given the G5 a guaranteed spot in the college football playoff. I mean, I think every team should have a clearly defined path on how to get there. I'm not one of these people who thinks that the MAC deserves a guaranteed spot at the Mountain, that all of them deserve a guaranteed spot every single year. Sure, that's the most democratic, that's the most fair thing to do, but the only way that happens, Cole, is if somebody mandates that it happens, sure, and then you expand this thing to 24 teams so that giving up 4 more group of 5 spots in the playoff doesn't hurt the power teams that still want to fight and get into the playoff as well. It's going to be fascinating to see, though, how this thing plays out over the next couple of years.
Diesel, before we get to upset picks, did I miss a question that you asked me? If I did, I apologize. Did you ask me a question?
No, I don't. No, I don't think so.
Texter said Cole never answered Diesel's question. I don't know what question he asked. I didn't answer, Texter. So please let me know what question I missed, and I greatly apologize. But Before we run to a break, Diesel, I know you have some stuff to get to in the 320 segment about Clemson. But before we do that, Upset Picks Challenge continues to roll on. It is open right now, 71307 is the text line. Just so you Tolos know, Diesel, we made some good progress down the stretch yesterday toward the end of the show. In the very last hour, we had some significant increases in our Tolos entries, the Upset Picks Challenge. So we're sitting pretty. However, in order to beat our record from last week and make it 3 straight weeks of beating the record, we need you Tolos to get your upset pick in. If you've never played, we're talking to you, right? You got to find a team that you like to win the game outright. It's an underdog. Text your name, the game, and the spread to 71307. Start your text with the word fan. DB and Diesel do a fan-freaking-tastic job organizing this challenge. And a quick rehash. Diesel, yours and mine. What did you pick? Who was your upset pick for week number 10?
My pick, week number 10, was Texas Tech plus 14.5 over Iowa State. Iowa State's having one of those charm seasons as they pop up and do every 5-10 years or so. Love when the Cyclones can do that. I love when a small team can, a smaller program can flex that muscle on a consistent basis. It shows it's not just a one-off, not just, hey, you got this exceptional quarterback to sign with you, or hey, you got this one great coach to sign with you, and now once they're gone, poof, your chances have disappeared. I love being able to see a culture like that be able to pop up at years. I like Texas Tech because they can put up points on the board. Their defense is inconsistent. Iowa State's offense is consistent, but they're not as high scoring consistent, right? They're not out there putting up 45, 50 points a game. So that gives Texas Tech a chance offensively to stay in it. I have no qualms whatsoever about Texas Tech staying in this game offensively. It's whether or not they can slow down this Iowa State team.
That's a good one, man. I don't hate that pick at all, Diesel. I hope, for your sake, I hope it hits. Just in the last few seconds, we've had Matt J. and Matt M. from Gaffney submit their upset picks, the 2024 Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles. I like your pick, man. I really do. I don't think it's a bad pick. And it's 14.5 points. Is that right?
It is 14.5. Right?
That'd be a big jump, man. That would be big. Look, you're not winning the challenge for 14.5. However, like if you could hit 14.5 consistently and maybe a 10 next week and then maybe another 12 the next week, you'd be in good shape. Diesel, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good thing for me, Cole, is not a ton of Tolos have taken this game. Now, I'm not making any pushes to the top of the lead. Yeah, I'm not making any pushes to the top of the leaderboard, right? Not where I am with 13 points. But Cole, there's one really smart guy who's with me on this. Jake Crane from Crane and Company. He's with me on this pick. CJ from Greer. Let's see who else. Notre Dame Nate is on this one. John Dog is on this one, and John Dog's doing well in this challenge, so he's a smart guy as well. WVU fan 214 is on this one. Billy Horn, who's doing well in this challenge, and T-Ray also have chosen Texas Tech to upset Iowa State. So not a ton have chosen it, so it's not going to push. It's one of the bigger point spreads this weekend. That's not an absurd 21-plus point spread. So if I hit on this one, Cole, I think I can make some movement up the leaderboard. Yeah. But a lot of what other people are picking are smaller spreads, 7, 7.5, 8-point spreads. So I can make some moves and potentially jump some people if I hit this.
Diesel trying to make a move. I am going a little bit more conservative this week, Diesel. As I said Wednesday, I am picking Pittsburgh to upset SMU, number 18 over number 20. Now, tell me how that makes sense, right? Number 18, who's higher ranked than 20, beating them is a 7.5-point upset. Doesn't make a lot of sense based on the rankings.
What you don't know about this one, Cole, and you, I'm sorry, you said you took Pitt over SMU.
That's right.
Yeah, Pitt's a little disrespected this week. For a second, I thought you were talking about a different game. Pitt's a little disrespected, and I can't quite figure that out. SMU, high-scoring team. There's a lot of people, Cole, who are taking Vandy over Auburn. And there's a reason why Vandy over Auburn is the way that it is. Number one, the disrespect on Vanderbilt, right? Helmet scouting, brand. But also, Diego Pavia, there's some rumors that he may not go this week.
Really?
I think he's going to play no matter what. I think he's that dude. Like, he's not going to miss this magical season. He's not going to miss a game unless you strap him down to a chair.
What is he starting for the Patriots or something instead?
Yeah, he's playing powder puff football if he's not out there playing.
Look, best of luck to you. I hope your upset pick hits. You and I both need Diesel. We both need some good fortune to hit.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do, because we just keep sinking farther and farther and farther down this leaderboard, man. It's I was on a heater, a little mini streak, had 2 in a row. I need one more actually to make it a winning streak, and I have been ice cold ever since.
Best of luck to you, man. Again, Tolo, reminder before we run to a break, you can get your upset pick in 71307. Start your text with the word fan.
Yes, sir. And we have a text here wants to know who is the upset picks leader and how many points do they have. Texter, we're going to get that information for you and bring it back on the other side of the break. When we come back, though, Cole, there's 2 big names in Clemson Tiger lore and history who are being enshrined, who are being honored this weekend. I'm going to ask you, what are your favorite 1-2 combos ever on your teams? Fantastic question there. And get into some of the weird playoff scenarios and especially ACC championship race scenarios that could backfire and really screw Clemson. That's coming up next.
Stakes at the door. Call in. You're fan up.
844 fan phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Getting right back to where we left off. Texter asked, who is leading the Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles. That would be Twisted Whisker, who is far out in front of everyone. He is out there with 54.5 points, just lapping the field. Noel has 49.5. He's in second place. John Dog is in third place with 46. Joe D and Reed Atkins tied for fourth place, each with 42.5 points. Not going to go any farther than that on the list. If you want to find it, then go to our Twitter page at the Fan Upstate. You don't need an account to view our Twitter page. Just go to twitter.com/thefanupstate. It's the number one thing you're going to see when you go to our page. It's pinned to the very top. And the graphic, Cole, has gotten so busy with so many names who have points that we actually had to make 2 graphics out of this thing. Because Dan was having to shrink the font down so small to fit all the names on the list that you couldn't read them. You simply couldn't read it. You couldn't find a name in the list anywhere.
And just in the last 5 minutes, we've had 6 more entries, Diesel, to the Upset Picks Challenge, man. I've got a good feeling about today. I really do.
Awesome. So, Cole, what I was talking about earlier, Taj Boyd and Sammy Watkins are going to be honored this weekend and inducted into the Clemson Hall of Fame. Of course, most Clemson fans will look back and say, hey, Taj Boyd is the catalyst, or was the catalyst that really launched this era of Clemson football. No, he didn't have success against South Carolina. South Carolina fans would be the first ones to raise up 5 fingers. I get it, right? But Taj Boyd also ushered in a new type of quarterback that Clemson was able to recruit and put out there on the field. And, of course, they went on the run after that by having Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence after that. And we'll see if Cade Klubnik can be that next guy. Jury's still out for a lot of people. He's clearly putting up a lot of yards this year, but he's got to be able to go show it in the biggest competition and against the biggest teams. Didn't show it against Georgia to start the season this year, Cole. But, congratulations to Taj Boyd and to Sammy Watkins for being inducted into the Clemson Hall of Fame. So I want to know from you, Tolos, here at 71307, who is your favorite 1-2 combo on a team that you've ever rooted for, that you've ever pulled for? I mean, if you grew up watching NBA in the 90s, of course, it was Jordan Pippen. Those 2 guys together were simply magic. They hate each other's guts nowadays, but they were magic at the time when they were on the same team together. Who's your favorite 1-2 combo?
Diesel, before I answer that, can I comment on the Taj Boyd recognition?
Absolutely.
Going to probably get called hot take artist for this one. What's Taj Boyd being recognized for?
The LSU win? I remember, Cole, I remember watching that LSU game. I'm going to be real with you. So I was working a station event. I want to put this out there first. Working a station event at a local strip club. The night of that football game.
I was there, by the way.
At the strip club?
No.
Oh. And Cole,
at the game.
There, you're at a strip club. There's eye candy everywhere, right? Nobody's watching the dancers. Everyone's watching the game. I felt bad for the girls who were on stage at the time because they were watching that game. And the crowd loses its mind when that game goes final. I'm sure a lot of money was spent after that point, but I mean, that was, to me, that's a watershed moment for this program, was beating LSU.
It was. Look, I was there, and again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really not. But here's my issue, and Diesel, I'm a Clemson guy. I've been a Clemson fan my entire life. I don't hide from it. I make no bones about it. However, I'll tell you this: Taj Boyd, he deserves recognition. I said that, or I asked that question a little bit tongue-in-cheek. Here's my beat. As a Clemson fan, 71307, tell me if you disagree or if I'm an idiot. But Diesel, as a Clemson fan, what is the one thing that you just don't accept? The one thing you don't accept is losing to South Carolina. And what I remember Taj Boyd for is never beating South Carolina. So, I understand he was just a pivotal part of getting this program to the next level. I understand that he had a really good run at Clemson and put up insane numbers. And to your point, he did beat LSU. But, man, maybe this is my fault for thinking this way and for having this recollection of Taj Boyd's career. But Diesel, when you say Taj Boyd to me, all I think of is, oh, he never beat South Carolina. That's what comes to mind.
There's a lot of those instances in sports, right? You're looking at Ryan Day never could beat Jim Harbaugh, right? And then there was a run there where Michigan could not beat Ohio State, and it gets coaches fired, right? So I get it. Fans can look at and amazing, can forget all the wins. It finds Taj Boyd, some Clemson fans, is that he couldn't beat South Carolina. It's absolutely fascinating how that happens. Texter says, Penny and Shaq. Unfortunately, I'm still a Magic fan to this day. God, man, Penny and Shaq were everywhere. That was a magical combo. Wow. Fantastic pull there, Texter. So, we are recognizing the fact that Clemson are recognizing Sammy Watkins and Taj Boyd by inducting them into the Clemson Hall of Fame this weekend by asking you, what are your favorite 1-2 combos on your teams all time? Whatever team that might be, whatever sport that might be, that is a really interesting question. And everybody's going to have a different answer, right? Yeah. Everybody's going to remember something different.
And it has to be from a team that you like, right, Diesel?
Well, sure. I mean, it doesn't have to be. You can recognize whoever you want to recognize.
So, the reason I asked that question is I want to answer your question by giving two guys that I'll always remember that weren't on my team. I have never, I'm a big NBA guy. I've never been a fan of the Golden State Warriors, but when you think of 1-2, when you say the words Diesel 1-2, the only 1-2 that comes to mind is Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. That's what comes to mind for me.
Yeah.
So even though I'm not a fan of them or the team, and I never have rooted
Draymond Green, Horace Grant,
maybe. Maybe.
Or Rodman. I mean, it makes more sense to call him Rodman because Rodman was kicking people in the crotch. Draymond doing what he's doing.
I don't know, man. But there are a lot of great 1-2s out there. And I love the question because it's a challenging question to answer. But just in recent memory, like the last decade and a half, who has been more impactful than those two when it comes to a 1-2 punch? Jonathan Brooks on the Facebook stream says Spiller and Davis. If you're a Clemson fan, obviously, you're right. Thunder and Lightning. Clemson fans, that probably resonates well. And, boy, was that a 1-2 punch or what?
Hey, I got to hear from the Gamecock fans. Where are you at? Who are your favorite 1-2 combos in Gamecock lore? Text it in 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Cole, I don't know if you are aware, or maybe you're not even thinking about it yet, that there is a potential controversy brewing in the ACC when it comes to who's going to make the ACC championship game. Now, previously, this would not have been a problem in the division structure. But now that we've eliminated divisions in every conference in college football, except for the Sun Belt, still proud of the fact that the Sun Belt is the only one that still holds division. I hate going divisionless. I don't want to play a team from out west that I don't care about more so that my team can face somebody on the east side that I like to play more often less.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me. But we're in this room now. It is what it is, Cole. But hey, some of this controversy can be adjudicated on the field over the next couple of weeks. But there's a very real situation, Cole, brewing between Clemson, Miami, SMU, and Pitt, who are all currently undefeated in conference, that could throw a big monkey wrench in the system. And if a certain scenario plays out, Cole, Clemson would probably be the one that gets screwed here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the scenario plays out like this, Cole. Clemson goes undefeated down the stretch. Miami goes undefeated down the stretch, and SMU go undefeated down the stretch. The problem you face is none of those teams play each other. So when it comes to the ACC's tiebreaker scenario, you have to get deep down in the weeds, Cole, before you find a way to decide who makes the ACC championship game, right? So if all three of those teams finish with an 8-0 conference record at the end of the regular season, you got yourself a really weird situation. And it screws Clemson the most because once you get down to tiebreaker scenario number 4, you get to combined winning percentage of conference opponents, and that does not play out well in Clemson's favor. So
Of
here's how the
conference
tiebreaker
opponents?
works in the AC. Correct. So
Okay.
here's how the tiebreaker works. It's an if-then scenario, right? If
Yeah.
this scenario doesn't break the tie, you go down to the next one.
Yeah.
Head-to-head competition. In this situation, there is no head-to-head competition. These teams don't play each other.
Which is
so
dumb.
that one's out of the window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Win percentage against common opponents. The problem is you don't play very many common opponents. So that one's out of there. Win percentage against common opponents based on their order of finish, which would break the tie. Again, that one doesn't work out because there's not many common opponents there. And you get down to scenario number 4, you get down to combined win percentage of conference opponents. And this is where it, again, doesn't play out well for Clemson because in conference play, Clemson has played Wake Forest, Virginia, NC State, Stanford, and Florida State, who all have a combined conference record of 7-18. Wow. That means they played the weakest strength of schedule in the ACC conference of these 3 teams who are in a tied scenario. And at that point, Cole, you're hoping Clemson needs those teams to step up and start beating people. The problem is Florida State ain't
It's
going
not
to be
going
that
to
team.
happen.
NC State ain't going to be that team. Stanford ain't going to be that team. You become the biggest Wake Forest and Virginia fans in the world.
You do, and I'll tell you what I'd like to see. Again, I'm not smart enough for this deal because I'm, math was never my strong suit. But I would love to see, what would be cool, man? Like the Kelly Fords of the world, they could absolutely thrive if they had like this running graphic of the current percentage possibility of this actually happening with all 3 teams ending in that 3-way tie. Because I hear everything you're saying, and it is super intriguing in terms of what could happen, Diesel. But I would love to see, like, what's the actual possibility this could happen in terms of who all 3 teams have left on their schedule. I'm not saying it won't happen because it could, but I ask myself the question, will it really happen? I'd love to know mathematically with all 3 teams and who they play, what's the chances that it actually could happen?
Yeah, and hey, this is another thing for South Carolina fans to make fun of Clemson. I know you make fun of their weak ACC schedule, but I know that's probably more of a general. The ACC's weak. We make fun. Ha ha. Very funny. But also, Clemson is playing a very weak schedule inside of an already weak conference, and that's not helping Clemson. I know they're blowing teams out outside of Virginia, right? They're blowing teams out in conference play, and there's really nothing Clemson can do about it. Right? It doesn't matter average margin of victory, average yards per game, points per, point differential. None of that stuff matters. None of that stuff plays into any of the ACC's scenarios that break the tie.
Sure.
So, Clemson, you really, 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 really need your opponents that you've played this year in the ACC to find something over this last 4-game stretch.
You do, but man, my worry is that's not going to happen. I mean, those teams that you mentioned, man, I mean, can you get them a ladder that's tall enough to climb out of the 12-foot dumpster that they're in? I mean, really, that's what we're talking about here. So it's going to be tough, man. But I know Clemson fans don't want this to happen, but how weird would the ACC not having the stuff? How weird would this be if in the first year of the college football playoff being expanded, if that truly did happen? It would be fascinating. Diesel, I have a question for Carolina Panther fans on the other side. It's a legitimate question. I'm not picking fun. I'm not, trying to kick you while you're down, if you will. But for those Panther fans out there that are listening, that are Tolos, I have a question for you, and I need your best answer in the very next segment. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. He is in the Ingles Market Studios in Greenville. I'm live at Bowling Springs High School, where we'll have Burns Bowling Springs tonight at 7 p.m. I'll ask the question to the Panther fan Tolos out there next.
stage.
Well, Diesel, you and I both know just how horrible the Carolina Panthers season has gone. We really can't put into words what
We were
this,
debating 6 wins.
Well, yeah, that was a little far-fetched, right? We can't really put into words how bad they've been. Like, we can blame whoever. We can blame the quarterback. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They just stink. So I have a very riveting question that I need an answer to. I need an answer to this question for any Panther fans in the audience, and then we'll get back to the text line and the stream. We had a ton, Diesel, of submissions for the 1-2 punch, 1-2 combos. So we got to get back to that. Some really good entries there. But my question is, Panther fans, as of today, November the 1st, what are you pulling for? Are you as a Panther fan, being serious, are you wanting to win games?
Yeah.
Do you care about wins? Or do you only care about the future of this team? I thought about that earlier this week, and I really want to know from Panther fans, Diesel, because I don't know if and you're a Panther fan, if I were a Panther fan, just to be quite frank, I don't know that I'd be pulling for wins this season.
Yeah, you can't say for Dave Tepper to sell the team because that's not going to happen, right? He's not going to sell the team. And so I would ask any Tolos who are thinking about texting in on this, give us a realistic answer.
Right? Realistic, yeah.
Don't text in and say a David Tepper heart attack. Don't do that. That's mean. You can't say to sell the team. I mean, you could say you hope for David Tepper to be a total jerk again, which would force Roger Goodell and the other owners to make a play. But, hey, when has being a bad guy as an owner of the NFL team ever lost you a team?
Well, that's true. That is true. You know, you're right. Keep it realistic. But at the same time, you know, everything's on the table there. Everything's on the table when it comes to what you're actually pulling for, what you're cheering for. Because, like, at this point in the season, I hate to be this guy, but what do wins actually do? Like, that's my whole issue. That's why I asked the question right now. If you win 2 to 3 more games, which seems very, very far-fetched, what does that actually do for you? If you're the fan base, if you're the franchise,
it hurts you.
It does. That's the reality of it. It hurts you. So that's why I asked the question, 71307. Start your text with the word fan.
Yeah, we got a fantastic text message here from Jacob. Got a good point here, Jacob. We're going to get to you after Rick in Greer, who is a Panthers fan. Rick, what are you hoping for out of the remainder of this Carolina Panthers season?
I'm not hoping for anything. I've given up on them.
No.
For the last 3 or 4 years, I am a season ticket holder and a PSL. I know I kid around, but I love my Panthers.
Why do you keep buying them, Rick?
I keep hoping something will happen, and nothing ever happens.
Are you afraid,
I'm
Rick?
hoping-
Are you afraid, Rick, that if you get rid of your PSLs, which is basically the only way to send a message to Dave Tepper that I don't like the direction that you're going with this team, because you don't have his text number, you can't text line, you can't text him, you can't call him, you can't reach out to him in any other way. The only way to do it is to get rid of your PSLs. Are you afraid, Rick, that if you get rid of your PSLs, and I don't know if you have good tickets or not, if you get rid of them, you may never get back to where you are right now?
I have very good tickets. I've been a PSL owner since they offered them. I went to see them when they were over at Clemson. I am a diehard I started to say Clemson. I am a diehard Carolina Panther fan, and I love them. But
Hey,
I've
Rick.
given up on them.
Rick, what happened to the trade, man? Did somebody forget to hit the
I guess it fell through like everything else I talked about,
including the
But,
cockroach race?
yeah. What? Now that's true. I mean, we do that, but y'all ruined that for me.
We ruined that for you. You're the one who called in and talked about it.
Well, the cops came down and busted.
The only
cockroaches.
thing we did to
They
you,
took a mile away, okay, Diesel?
the only thing we did to you, Rick, was having such a big and popular show
that
Oh.
local 5-0 heard it and came and busted you.
That's right.
Yeah, they took the cockroaches. We tried rats for a while, but the rats just they ate too much. Okay.
Do we know if the cockroaches were
Rats.
sent out to loving homes, or are they okay?
I don't know if they adopted cockroaches
My
or
God.
not, but they took them away in a box. It didn't take but one box. It was about 8 cockroaches. We raced them over and over again. Okay.
Ran them till they were ragged. Thank you for the phone
Thanks,
call, Rick.
Rick.
We
Oh,
get to
God.
our texter here, by the way. Texter, this was Jacob who said, I care about the health of the organization. Bombing for picks is never the answer. That's not what Mark Schlereth said. Mark Schlereth told us the other day that bombing for picks is the only thing you can do.
I think so too. And
He said trying to save up your money and spend it in free agency is spending dollars that makes no sense.
that's a good point, man. That's a good point. I know we got to run, but all I'll say is I don't see the benefit right now in winning 2 more games. I really don't.
Cole, when we come back, we go back deep into the weeds on Clemson this weekend, also South Carolina Gamecocks, and who knows what else with Smitty of Sports Talk Media Network, based out of the Myrtle Beach market. He's going to come on and join us next on the Fan Upstate.
Remember that scene in the Titanic, Cole, when they talk to old Rose and she's like, it's been 84 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. That's how long it feels like it's been since we've had football, big time football here in the state of South Carolina. Who are these scheduling knuckleheads who had South Carolina and Clemson both off on the same weekend? The hell are they thinking? To answer that question, we bring in Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network. Joins us each and every week here on the Fan Upstate. Matt, I don't know about you, but does it feel like there was a hole in your last weekend without big games to root for?
Oh, yeah. The fact that Phil Kornbluth from our company, Sports Talk Media Network, went to the Citadel game because he just couldn't stay home. Now, I had the World Series to keep me warm, so I was good. I was just all wrapped up in my Tommy Lasorda jacket and my Fernando Valenzuela Afghan. So I was good.
Now, Smitty, were you quaking before that fifth inning that happened? I mean, were you a little nervous knowing like the Yankees are getting hot? Aaron Judge finally hit a dinger. I mean, before that happened, and the Yankees completely broke down on defense, there had to be a little part of you that was like, oh man, we're in trouble now.
I was nervous every minute of every game. It's not easy. It's not always easy being a Dodger fan.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Did you really just say that?
When you have a big payroll,
oh my.
there's a lot of pressure on you. The Dodgers lost to the Padres. They lost to the Diamondbacks in the playoffs. Got swept by the Diamondbacks. So, yeah, they don't always come through. But this team has tremendous resiliency and character. And, look, and I will say this. I do want to say this because this goes for everybody. This goes for everybody across baseball. And it's a wonderful reminder if we've got like little league coaches listening or young kids listening that are going to play high school and college baseball, it's just a stark reminder. And this is no shot at the Yankees. This is just true. This is college World Series, everything. The little things matter in baseball.
Yeah.
They don't matter as much Monday through Friday in July, and you're just watching, and everybody's, the dog days of summer, so-and-so hit another home run, and this pitcher can only get 3 innings. It comes and it goes. October baseball, defense, base running, making the little plays. You saw both teams make some mistakes. The Dodgers made a ton of mistakes. They lost 11-4. The Yankees made a ton of mistakes. It's just the little things. Plays that average college players could have made, throws and catches. Average college baseball players could have made. The Yankees didn't make on the biggest stage. It's what makes the difference in May and June in college baseball, and it's what makes the difference in October. And we all know that. We all know it to be true, but then look, we always forget, right? We break down the series and we're looking, what's Giancarlo Stanton going to do? Well, Giancarlo Stanton's going to get thrown out of play because he's no longer a great athlete. It's the little things in baseball in October, and this was a great reminder.
Smitty, when you woke up on Monday morning and you were reminded that South Carolina's back in action this week, you were reminded that Clemson's back in action this week, the moment Smitty's eyes opened on Monday morning and you lifted your head off of your sleep number pillow, who did you think about first, Clemson or South Carolina, and their respective matchup, and why?
Oh, good question. I'm always hungover on a Monday, by the way. I'm always terribly hungover on a Monday. So I dragged myself out of bed, and I'll tell you, I think my first thought, I knew I was going to Shane Beamer's press conference the next day, but my first thought was about Clemson and Louisville, because I almost felt every time I talk to you on a Friday, there's always things that we leave unsaid, and then there's also things that I say that I wish I could take back. And I thought to myself, I really wish I would have played up. You asked me about the schedule for each of the teams, and I wish I would have played up Clemson's games against Louisville and Pitt just a little bit more, because Louisville is dangerous. So that's that actually was eating at me all weekend. I said, I didn't talk enough about that. And let me give you guys a little note before I forget about it. It's so interesting. If you like chaos, if you love chaos at the end of the college football season, you might want to pay attention to Pitt SMU this weekend, because if SMU beats Pitt and Miami beats Duke and Clemson beats Louisville this weekend, there's a possibility that all three of those teams can finish the conference season 8-0, which means you dig into the tiebreakers. And the tiebreakers are new this year in the ACC. And I looked it up, and there is a possibility, and this would really be chaotic, that if SMU, Miami, and Clemson all go undefeated in conference play, that Clemson and SMU would win the tiebreakers. Because Miami will, if you look at Miami's schedule, no ranked teams on there. There is no Pitt on there. Their best win might be Duke. The tiebreaker I'm talking about is you have the team that beats the highest rated team in the conference standings. So there's a real chance you could have chaos in the ACC. And just think about this. Imagine Miami sitting at home during the ACC championship, and what that could possibly mean. That means no bye for Miami. Miami can go 12-9, not get a bye. SMU upsets Clemson, and SMU gets a bye. They could finish 9-3, 10-2, and get a bye, and Miami can't because they would be a conference champion. So the ACC might have screwed up with the tie-breaking procedures.
Talking to Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network, joins us every Friday right here on the Fan Upstate, Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Coming off this bye this weekend, Smitty, how confident are you in Phil Maffa's ability to break tackles against one of the better linebacking cores that he's going to face all season long? Louisville doesn't get a ton of stops right there at the line. Their leading tacklers are all linebackers, so running backs are getting through the line. They're finding those holes, but they're getting stopped pretty quickly by a really, really good linebacking core. What are your predictions on how that element of the game is going to go?
If you talk about Clemson, especially that running game against Louisville, I was just digging through some of the statistics. And some of them matter, and some of them depend on what competition you play. But defensively, it's one of the things you just mentioned. That Louisville defensive line is interesting. They are getting pressure. Like you said, they're not coming up with the negative plays and stopping the running back and the tackles for losses. They're getting pressure on the quarterback, but not getting sacked. I really wonder. I think that's going to be a major matchup in this ball game Saturday night. Is Clemson's offensive line, which has really improved this season under Matt Luke. We think, right, because they have not played great defenses along the way. We think that's a much better unit for Clemson, and we think that Louisville is soft up front defensively. You mentioned Phil Maffa and the ability to break tackles, but really what he'll need to do is, if he just does what he described, which is just get to the second level consistently and keep Clemson's offense on the field, because that keeps Louisville's offense on the sideline. And that's going to be a major factor in this ballgame, because the most dangerous thing for Clemson Saturday night, the most dangerous thing is turning the ball over and giving that dangerous Louisville offense, which is talented, which runs a great team under Jeff Brom, giving that group short field and any momentum. As long as Phil Maffa is just doing what he needs to do, 3-4 yards of clip, Clemson's holding the football, they're in great shape. They're the better team. They'll be at home, prime time. Louisville needs Clemson's help. They need Clemson to make some mistakes. So that's going to be a real focal point of the game.
Smitty, on Louisville's team, though, like when you watch this team, you hear from Dabo Swinney. I know a lot of times you get the same answers from Dabo week after week. But in your mind, in your opinion, do you actually see anybody on tape that you feel can legitimately threaten Clemson Saturday?
I think this is a clear case of the best. Sometimes you say we've got to mark, number 83, or that's a tough matchup for us, or bracket coverage on this receiver, or we've got to stack the box against this running back. I think in this case, it's what I just said. It's Brom. It's Coach Brom. I think it's the team.
Wow.
That Clemson has to watch out for. I think it's the fact that Louisville, on occasion, comes in with such a good game plan that Clemson's going to need to be ready to adjust. I think West Midland's going to need to have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. That's the respect I have for what Louisville can do offensively. But has a playmaker that's going to shake up the world on Saturday night. I think if they end up pulling the upset or making this game really, really tight, you're going to come back and you're going to see either some things like the blown coverages or some really good play calls or just play calls from Coach Blom that put Louisville in a position to make plays. And for that to happen, Clemson would have to be a little sloppy and not play its A game. So that's got to be their focus. And I know you're right. That's what Devin Smitty says every Tuesday. Every Tuesday he said, hey, we've got to focus on us. We've got to do what we need to do because he says that everybody they play. They're all playing every week. They're playing 1993 Florida State. They think everybody is dangerous, and that's why they need to play to their standards. They do that this week, they'll beat Louisville because I do think that they have the matchup advantages that you're just bringing up.
Smitty, you look up and down this Louisville schedule. They're a sneaky football team because they can play up to their competition. They can play down to their competition, but they never really get blown out, right? I mean, the Georgia Tech game, 12-point game, that might be the biggest margin of victory or defeat they've had all season long when you're talking about ACC opponents. But they can score up to play with Miami. They put up 45 points on Miami, or they can score down and only put up 24 points in a win against Virginia. They kind of morph to take on the identity of whoever it is they're facing. So I want to know from you your thoughts on Clemson's ability and their ability to handle that type of opponent mentally. Because if Clemson gets out to a 7-point lead, boom, Louisville scores to match. And then Clemson scores, and then boom, Louisville matches. Those are the kind of games that can frustrate you if you can never really pull away. So give me your thoughts on Clemson's ability to handle that.
Yeah, you just laid out who Louisville is from a personality standpoint, and I think that's because they're just going to keep throwing punches. I don't think they're going to be shaken up, and they may just fall down. They may be behind 14, 17 points early in this game, and they'll just keep playing because it's what they do. They know they're going to have to score to win. I mean, imagine this. If you were a betting man, which I am, how many points do you think Louisville needs to win this game? 31, 35, 42, whatever that number is, they're going to keep throwing haymakers until they get there because if they fall down 17-0, their attitude is going to be, well, hey, this game's going to be 42-35 anyway, just like their game against Miami was, so don't worry about it. Clemson just landed the first punch. So that's going to be their attitude. And now how will Clemson handle it? I think well for this reason. They've been in a couple of those situations. They got way up on Stanford. They got way up on NC State. They got way up on Virginia. And in all three of those cases, Clemson started, in those cases, that was even late in the game. And Clemson started to empty the bench. And then you saw the participation report reach 100 players. And those teams just kept coming back and scoring points. So I think Clemson has seen that before, and they won't be shaken. I don't think they'll be shaken at all. If they score, whether they're up or behind, I don't think that's going to have anything to do with it this game. I think it's all about Clemson holding the football, winning time of possession, and keeping the ball in Kate Corcoran's hands and away from that little ball.
Smitty, on the flip side of the coin, South Carolina, I don't know if you know this or not, they have a pretty big one on Saturday, right? In Columbia, at Williams-Brice. Obviously, you cover South Carolina. We're talking to Smitty of Sports Talk Media Network. What concerns you the most about South Carolina, and why is it that they're playing at home?
Yeah. Great point. So I may have a different concern than Shane Beamer.
Okay.
I'll give you his perspective because I was happy to be in that room on Tuesday. But you're right. Playing at home, and he addressed that. Coach Beamer addressed that before anyone brought the question up. He addressed two things that are really important. They played poorly at home or not up to their standards and not as well as they played on the road in a couple of big spots, including wins over Oklahoma and Kentucky. But also, they really laid an egg last time out at home off a bye against Ole Miss. That was a terrible performance. And they were just completely out of sorts all over the place. And he addressed all of that. And he said, we have to do a better job of handling this during the week as coaches. I think maybe there's too much emotion. He mentioned how often he gets ticket requests during the week for home games. And he said he kind of said that the players are probably getting similarly bother, or it just takes your mind off of it when it's a home game. There's always something going on in the home game. It's homecoming, Hall of Fame day, like it is at Clemson this week. They're honoring somebody. Whatever it is, you've always got something going on in addition to the game. You're supposed to be able to overcome it or ride that emotion. But he brought that up, and he does have some young players in young spots. There's some young players on that defense, and there's a young player that's starting at quarterback for South Carolina. So he did bring all of that up, as you pointed out. But I'll give you something else. My number one concern, because I do think they have focused on that so much that I do think you're going to get a better performance from South Carolina, and you'll see their head squarely on their shoulders this time. But let me bring this up. I was thinking about the worst unit on the field. The best unit on the field in this game might be South Carolina's defensive line. Better than anything else Texas A&M does, and they've got some really good numbers offensively. Or defensively. They've got some really good numbers. And they have Marcel Reed now at quarterback, dangerous. We don't know whether he's going to just play the whole game or they're going to split time with Connor Wegman, what they're going to do, what Coach Elko is going to do. But the best unit is South Carolina's defensive line. Let's just say that. Well, the worst unit on the field might be South Carolina's offensive line. And Texas A&M's defense is dynamite. That's my concern. My number one concern in this ball game is South Carolina does not have good offensive numbers. As I said, I was running through some statistics. Let me give you one that's not good. 37% of the time, South Carolina offense goes 3 and out. That is 120th in the country. 24.7% of the time they reach the red zone. That is 95th in the country. So forget the fact that they struggle in the red zone. They don't even get to the red zone often enough. And that offense, so how did they beat Kentucky? How did they beat Oklahoma? Well, Kyle Kennard picked up the other team's tackle and broke him over his knee. That's how they did it. And can they do that against Texas A&M? I don't know. But my concern is the opposite happens. That Lenore Sellers is going to be suffocated, he's going to be under pressure, and they're not going to get Rocky Sanders room to run because of that offensive line. So to me, the biggest thing, I think you'll be able to know who's going to win this football game after watching 10, 15 minutes of it, and it's going to be how South Carolina's offensive line is performing. Are they getting better off of Irish? Are they getting better as the season goes on? Because truly they have to.
Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network, joining us here on the Fan Upstate. Matt, I'm sure coaches get these kind of questions week in and week out, especially when you got an offensive unit that's not performing the way that you want them to up to snuff. They asked the question, well, what's Lenore's been up to this weekend? What's this week to get better in practice? What are the receivers doing to help him out? What are the running backs and the offensive line doing to help him out? And very often, it's kind of hard to make those massive improvements late in the season. You kind of are what you are by that point. What's the surest tell that you've figured out from your time being in press conferences with Shane Beamer, watching press conferences with Shane Beamer, where you can just tell flat out he's BSing you, that he doesn't believe what he's saying? The words coming out of his mouth say, oh, Lenore's is working hard this week and things are improving incrementally. But you can just tell flat out he doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah, that's interesting you said that. I've got a story on that. It's just slightly different.
Okay.
I asked him earlier in the season, what about Nick Harbor? What can you tell us about his development? In other words, we don't get to see practice. Practice is closed, so we don't get to see game day. But I thought maybe there was a nugget there. Maybe Coach Beamer is seeing Nick Harbor in practice, and Sellers just isn't looking for him in the game. And I thought maybe there's something there. And then Shane Beamer bristled and said, essentially laid out, oh, Nick Harbor, he's doing what everybody is doing. He's trying to get better. He's working. This is a guy that was expected. I mean, I came into the season, I think the first game I was covering, kind of the preview, I said everybody is excited to see the unveiling of this offense with Lenore Sellers, Rocket Sanders, and Nick Harbor playing together. Well, now we're where we are in the season, and everybody's still excited to see Lenore Sellers grow. Everybody's excited to see Rocket Sanders carry the football when he's healthy. I don't think you're even talking about Nick Harbor much. He is just one of the guys. So I'll say this. Shane Beamer will bristle a little bit when you have hit a nerve. And a couple of weeks ago, he was getting a lot of questions about this offense, and he was bristling. He was not happy with it. He could say to us, hey, the offense is getting better. We're seeing all the improvement we need to. But if any one of those reporters pressed him he was not happy with being pressed. So I would say that that's his tell, is he just gets a little bit angry, almost as if he's yelling at his assistant coaches, and then the reporters come out and ask him the same question, and he gets mad at us. So it's the same thing that he's frustrated by. But this week he didn't see any of that. He said that the team did everything it was supposed to during the bye week, improved in every way, in every facet that they were supposed to, and he's excited about how healthy they are. This is their second bye week during the season. He was excited to get Jared Brown back, the wide receiver. He was just, and that's another week of rest for Rocky Sanders, another week of rest for the bumps and bruises that players like Norris Sellers are overcoming, and young players like Dylan Stewart that sometimes hit a wall this time of year. So he was excited. So I'd say there was nothing in this press conference. Let me put it that way. South Carolina should have a good performance on Saturday, as long as that offensive line, I'll say it again, as long as that offensive line is improving week by week the way an offensive line is supposed to grow throughout the year.
Smitty, my last question for you. On Sunday morning, which fan base wakes up more worried about the future of 2024 pertaining to their team?
Obviously, I think it's going to be I think both of them are going to be fairly tight, but there's a chance that Clemson can run away and hide from Louisville. So I've got to say South Carolina is going to have more questions coming out of the game, only because, and I said this last week, everything's a toss-up. We don't know. Vanderbilt might pull an upset over Auburn. That's not my upset pick this week, but that could happen, and that wouldn't be shocking as 7-point underdogs. And they're still on the schedule for the Gamecocks. Missouri's on the schedule for the Gamecocks. That talented offensive group. I just think that South Carolina is going to be in a dogfight with Texas A&M, and I don't know which way it's going to go. And if it goes against them, there are going to be questions, because there always are after a loss. And I just think Clemson's going to find a way to beat Louisville. I just don't think Louisville's a dangerous team. I keep coming back to that phrase, dangerous team, because I do think that they are. But Clemson coming off a bye at home in prime time, it's a great spot for them to face Louisville. So while Louisville is a dangerous team, they're not a complete team. And I don't think they've got enough defensively to stand up to Clemson. So to answer your question, I'll have to say South Carolina only because there's a better chance they lose in a dogfight with A&M.
Well, Smitty, you've teased us with it all interview long. Your upset pick is due. Who are you taking this week?
Well, yes, and I teased it. Nobody cares what I picked because I was wrong again last week. I always bring the receipts, right? When I get kicked in the teeth, I am willing to admit it. And I've had to admit it the last couple of weeks. And that was another bad pick. I picked Mississippi State, and, I thought I'd get the dead cat bounce. I thought that Mississippi State had to
Don't feel bad. Don't beat yourself up, Matt. We only had 2 out of 120 Tolos pick correctly last week, and one of them was Kennesaw State Liberty, and it was 26 points. So don't feel bad.
Wow.
We're all in the same boat, and the boat is sinking.
Well, just a reminder, this is hard to do.
Yes.
It's hard to do to pinpoint an underdog to win outright, but it's also fun to do. I love that you guys do it. So I always want to bring one now, and I did get the Oregon one right a couple of weeks ago, so I'm still living on that. So I'll give you another one this week, and I couldn't resist it. Diesel's going to love it. I like App State. And really, this is not a football thing. Look, Old Dominion has really improved as season's moved on. South Carolina fans remember they were a tough out the first game. Cole and I were there covering that one. But they're going up to the Rock, they call it, that Diesel knows so well at App State. That's a tough place to play, man. On their level, that's like going to Utah. That's like going to Austin Stadium in Oregon. That's like trying to walk into the big house and win. That's a hard place to go in as a road team and win a football game. And I don't think Old Dominion is that much better than App State. So I'm going to say App State, not for football reasons at all, but just because they're home underdogs, and to go to App State and knock off the Mountaineers with those Rockets fans, always drunk, always poorly behaved.
Yeah, I can confirm. Yeah. You're preaching to the choir.
They're barefoot. some people say, oh, you're burning a couch in celebration. You say, what, there was a game today? I'm just burning my couch. I'm a redneck. That's App State. That's the atmosphere that Old Dominion is walking into. Hard place to go win a football game. So I like the Mountaineers to pull the upset this week.
Appreciate you, Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network. Fantastic as always. Make sure you go look him up on socials, find him on Twitter, find him on Facebook. Matt, we appreciate your time as always and your insight.
Go Dodgers.
Yes, sir.
God. Hang up the phone.
One
Hang
more.
up
Yeah,
the phone.
He just yells a go Dodgers and drops the line, man. He's the best.
That's why I was giving him a hard time earlier. Him complaining, Diesel, about, it's been so hard to be a Dodgers fan. We've had the best team in baseball every single season.
Hard to figure out what to do with all this money that we're saving by cheating and giving Shohei Ohtani a ridiculous deal. We're paying him $20 a season this year, and then we're going to give him $100 million 10 years from now.
I love it, man.
Come on.
Smitty's awesome.
Come on.
We love Smitty. We love him. That's awesome. Diesel, in the very next segment, we're going to react to what he said, your opinions, my opinions, but also a little red flag, green flag. It's been a while since we've done that. When you talk about the matchups for both Clemson and South Carolina this weekend, your thoughts on what Smitty had to say next. 71307. Start your text with the word fan.
Strap in. We're going full throttle. Central Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
71307. That's the text line. That's how you Tolos can get involved in the conversation. Diesel, the amount of upset picks, they're skyrocketing. Man.
Climbing.
We're getting there. We are getting there. Again, Tolos, if you just tuned in, we're trying to break a record. For this would be the third straight week, I believe, Diesel. So it would be an absolute incredible record if we could break it. But we do need your Tolos submissions. See Justin L. on the text line, Lyman Rob, Al Baby, Buckeye Brian. Let's see, John Dog, a lot of Tolos getting their upset pick in, so continue to do so. We're on the air until, 6:52 really is when we kind of go off the air. So that's when the upset picks challenge will close today. But Diesel, kind of short segment here, reacting to Smitty, but also while we react to what he said, see if we can find some green flags, red flags for both South Carolina and Clemson this weekend. Obviously, Clemson has Louisville. South Carolina has Texas A&M at home. Let's start with the Tigers. Are there any red flags you can see when you look at this matchup, Diesel, for Clemson against Louisville? The only one that I have down as of right now is that this will be the best quarterback Clemson's defense has faced since Carson Beck. That's really the only red flag that I have as of right now for this matchup. Can you think of a legitimate red flag that concerns you? Because I asked maybe the same question.
Yeah, it does concern me, the fact that Clemson hasn't had to leave starters in all season long. How will they perform against a team that presses them, against a team that can answer them quickly every single time they go down and play, go down in the field, which puts pressure on an offense to keep scoring, right?
Sure, it does.
So if there's the most comfortable you can get all game long is a 10-point lead, and then boom, they come back and score and they make it 3. And then you go back and score and you make it 10, and boom, they come back and make it 3. That's when you have to start pressing, right? Especially when you get late in the third quarter and into the fourth quarter, you start pressing. You think, oh, I got to fit it into a window because we have to score on this drive because our defense can't stop them. I've seen it happen a couple different times this season, Cole, with my own team, and watching them not be able to stop anybody.
Right.
Here's something that's going to blow you away, and I'm not trying to take us off topic here. App State's got one of the top 35 offenses in the country when you look at yards per game. Yet they're a sub-500 football team because the defense can't stop anybody.
Yeah.
And if you've got a serviceable defense, and Clemson does, Clemson has a good defense. They have a really good defense.
Sure.
But if App State has a serviceable defense, they're winning games comfortably week in and week out, which, of course, takes the pressure off quarterbacks and makes them not force throws down the stretch.
Yeah.
And Louisville is the kind of football team, especially when you go back and watch that Miami game, that can frustratingly stick with you over the course of a game. And Clemson hasn't had to face that all season long because they get out to these easy, comfortable leads. You throw in Christopher Mazzine, you throw out Trent Pierman, you throw out the third and fourth string guys so that Dabo Swinney can say in the postgame press conference, hey, we got 217 players in the game this week. But eventually, you're not going to have that opportunity, and you're going to have guys who are used to getting out to a big lead, playing comfortably, feeling good about themselves, and not going back in after the beginning of the third quarter.
No, I'm with you. I like that a lot. I think the biggest thing that I would say to your point there, Diesel, is when and if Clemson gets in that situation, how do they respond, right? Like, I don't know, to your point, they haven't really had to leave their starters in much during ACC play. So how they respond when and if, again, I don't think it'll be particularly close in the second half, but when and if Louisville can keep this thing close, how they respond will be important. Also, going back to the quarterback conversation, with Shuck being the best quarterback that they've faced, since Carson back in Georgia, how do they handle that? How do they handle being pressed? To your point, I think it's a fantastic point that you brought up. I do, though, just as I said yesterday, I do think they handle it well. And, in fact, I think it's the Clemson defense, even against a good quarterback in Shuck, I think it's the Clemson defense that really elevates them and helps them get the win. Now, green flag, Diesel, on the flip side, if you will, for the Tigers, I love their matchups with their wide receivers against their the defensive backs for Louisville. I really feel like that's the biggest area Clemson has, an advantage. I don't know if Louisville's defensive backs are ready for the versatility that they'll see Diesel on Saturday against Clemson's wide receivers. So that would be my green flag, my number one of many green flags for the Tigers.
Well, yes and no. I look at, looking at who's running the football effectively for Clemson. Phil Maffa, of course, running away with it. So what happens if Louisville can shut Phil Maffa down, or at least contain Phil Maffa, not let him get out there and average 6.5 yards a carry as he is this season? What if they can contain him down to 2.5 yards per carry? Of course, that's what they all are trying to do. That's what every team is trying to do, right? The question is, can you throw in a Jay Haynes, who is the second string running back? Can you throw in a Keith Adams and have them go out there and find success? We haven't seen a ton of that this year with those guys going head to head with the ones on the other side of the football. Cade Klubnik doing a good job running the football this year. And if Cade can get out and get separation and pick up some yards the way he has over the course of the season, that certainly is a pressure release valve. That takes the pressure off of the offensive line to hold those blocks a long time, spreads the defense out wide. So that's going to be interesting to see. I mean, if Phil and Cade can run the ball effectively, I think they're going to be just fine, because then, of course, that opens up play action, that opens up a lot of different things. But that's a compelling issue to me, and nobody thus far this season has been able to shut Phil Maffa down outside of Georgia. So you're playing a good defense again for the first time. It feels like, Cole, this is really the second game of the season, because this is only the second time you're playing a quality opponent. It's like, all right, you had Georgia, you had a whole lot of preseason NFL games, and now you got Louisville. Now the schedule gets real.
That is rough. These only the second game of the season. That is rough, but I can't push back.
Carolina fans agree with me. I promise you that.
Well, speaking of South Carolina, before we run, red flag, green flag for them as well. Or do we want to save it? Do we want to save it for later?
We can knock it out.
I'll go red flag for the Gamecocks. I agree 100% with Smitty. Their offensive line versus what is a very good defensive front for A&M. That's my concern. You can talk about quarterback play all you want, Diesel, but at the end of the day, quarterback's got to have time. The quarterback's got to be able to be comfortable in the pocket. So my red flag is the Gamecocks O-line. My green flag's just the flip side. Easy answer. I like their defensive line to also do the same thing. I could see both quarterbacks being pressured, and I could see both defensive lines in this game being able to get to the quarterback respectively and cause chaos, because ultimately both teams, Diesel, if you asked what their strength was, it'd probably be defensive line for both South Carolina and A&M.
Well, to be just a little bit different from you, because it's easy just to green flag the defensive line, I'm going to say that defensive secondary for South Carolina, that is certainly a green flag for me. Nick Emanwar, you don't throw at him.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, and with Texas A&M, Cole, I mean, they got a bunch of guys who are picking up impressive numbers when you look at average yards per reception, but none of them really, Cole, are blowing it out of the water as far as total yards go.
Yeah.
So if you can use that effective secondary to really limit what Texas A&M wants to do through the air, and we don't know who's going to start at quarterback in this game or who's going to get the majority of the snaps. If you can use that phenomenal ball hawking secondary to make them run the football and to frustrate Connor Wegman and I'm blanking on his name, the other quarterback at Texas A&M. His name is Marcel Reed. If you can shut those two guys down and force them to run the ball, then I think you're gonna put them right into the hands of that really, really good defensive line. And then, of course, Cole, the red flag for me is what Smitty said. It's a third of all drives ending in a 3-and-out. Like, that's ugly. You've got to be able to move the ball a little bit. And, of course, that greatly affects the field game, the field position game, because if you're being punted the ball or receiving the ball on kickoffs and you're just giving the ball right back, boom, you're giving A&M the ball in solid field position.
That was a
So-
great stat, by the way. Really good
Yeah.
stat. I like that. Well, I don't like it. Not for the Gamecock fans, right? It's not a good stat for them.
You know, most teams are saying, hey, we got a good offense. If only we could get a defense, we could win some games.
Sure.
It's the exact opposite for South Carolina. They got a killer defense. If you could only find some offense, you'd win a whole lot of football games. Cole, when we come back, I want to touch on a topic that we briefly got into earlier in the show, but I want to morph it just a little bit. Instead of what do you want to see out of the Carolina Panthers, what do we need to see out of Bryce Young to ensure that he still has a roster spot going forward? That's next on the Fan Upstate.
Join me, Brad Boyle, for Gridiron Game Day.
If you're watching us on the stream, right on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, we are live right now. Not only can you hear the show, but you also get to watch the show. And very often, Cole, we're bringing guests live on the stream.
Without
So
a doubt,
Chris
man.
Phillips joins us on the stream. Who else?
Kelly Ford.
Kelly Ford
does.
joins us
What
on
he
the
doesn't
stream.
cancel on us.
Yeah, oh, man, you're gonna
I'm
throw
sorry.
him under the
I'm
bus when he's
sorry.
not here to
I had to
defend
throw
himself.
him under the bus.
That's wrong, man. That's wrong. But hey, we'd love for you to find us on Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. If you got like a Gmail email account, you automatically have a YouTube account. You don't have to do anything new. You don't have to set up anything new.
That's how that works.
You just log in to YouTube with your Gmail credentials, and then you can watch the show. That'd be awesome. Plus, you get to rip it up with the other Tolos who jump in there as well. JD is in there, JB, Madcraft. You hear us talk about this cast of characters all the time. Leslie Roberts, you hear us talk about them all the time, and you get to chop it up with them in there as well. Shout out to Brian Pettit, who's here. Ryan Godfrey watching on the stream as well. Cole, this week we're going to see Bryce Young start again for the Carolina Panthers.
Yay.
I guess that thumb is just not right for Andy Dalton yet at this point. I mean, it's not as if Andy was bad enough to be benched and make that be the reason why Bryce Young is starting again. It has to be a health concern. But Cole, last time Bryce Young faced these New Orleans Saints, he sucked and sucked bad. Like, he did not perform well at all in that game. He went 13 for 30 for 161 yards. He had 2 interceptions in that game, and that contributed to him being benched. Well, Cole, not only does he need to work to keep his starting job, he also needs to work his ass off just to save his roster spot.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of people out there saying right now he can't do it, and I'm one of them. So, Cole, what do you need to see, minimal standards at least wise, to say, if I'm David Tepper, if I'm Dave Canales, yeah, this guy still has a spot on my team?
I think the biggest thing is you want him to show what we all know. What I mean by that, Diesel, is, look, we all know this is a completely different Saints team than what they saw in the early part of the season, right? When that game was not close and New Orleans started 2-0 before they got very banged up. What you need to see from him is he needs to show us what we all know. He needs to be able to keep this game close. You can't go out there and get blown out by one of the teams in the NFL that have more injuries, it seems like, than anybody else. And I know they're starting to get guys back, but you've got to somehow, some way, show some will to fight. And you know what? To your point about Andy Dalton, yeah, I agree with you. You can't say he deserved to be benched. However, I would say if it were any other quarterback starting, then he probably would, right? But fortunately for him, he has a 4-foot quarterback that he's competing against, so it really doesn't matter. So I would say for Bryce, you got to show us what we all know. Show us that you can at least keep this thing relatively close, not get waxed again by a Saints team that has not been good since the very beginning of the season. And I think, obviously the Carolina Panthers fans, we talked about a few segments ago, they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in terms of what they're pulling for, if they're actually pulling for wins or if they're just pulling for the best draft position. But you've got to be able to at least keep this game competitive for the majority of the game.
Well, to me, it comes down to decision-making and processing speed, which are the things that they wanted in the first place when they brought him on. And we've seen that be one of his biggest weaknesses, right? I understand that he doesn't have great wide receivers, but he should recognize that and not put the ball in danger, right? He should be able to process what he's seeing on the field fast enough to realize, oh, I can't throw it across the middle because my wide receiver is not going to get there.
Well, that's fair.
Here's where the ball is supposed to go. If he's throwing the ball where it's supposed to go, but he just doesn't have wide receivers talented enough to get where it needs to go, it's your job to recognize that and not throw the ball there. But Cole, here's one of the biggest things that I think is going to come into play. We talk about this all the time, cap space and money. The Carolina Panthers could save a lot of money by just releasing him before June 1st of 2025.
Oh, God.
They could save $22 million against the dead cap if they release him before that. If they trade him, they save $10 million. So this now becomes a financial decision of what are we willing to do and what are we willing to give up to earn some money back and stockpile here just a little bit. I think it also, that's one of the things that Dave Tepper has to look at.
Well, it is, but that's a pride thing, right? Do you expect him to make that decision this early and say, okay, I was wrong. Let's go ahead and cut ties. I mean, yeah, financially, Diesel might be the best decision, but again, I don't expect him to do that. If it's the smartest decision, go ahead and throw that out there, right? All right, we've got to run, but we do have our weekly 5 o'clock segment on Fridays, the best tasting courses for the weekend menu. Diesel and I will go through them and get your opinion as well next. You can text the show 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Shane Barrett, all the way from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, getting in on the Upset Picks Challenge, taking Arkansas versus Ole Miss. Arkansas plus 7.5. So we'll see if that pick hits.
That puts us at 107.
107, really?
107. So we need 14 more picks
No way.
to
Are
break
you
the record.
serious?
Yeah,
14 more.
14 more.
Oh,
we
we
got
got
2 hours
that.
to get it done.
We've got that. I was thinking more like 20.
Well, we'll take 20.
Yeah, we will. That's fantastic. 14 more. We can do that. That's nothing. That's light work. We'll get that. Roger Carver said, give me Vanderbilt plus 7 over Auburn, over 100 upset picks already. Like Diesel said, we'll see if we can break the record for the 3rd straight week. Amazon guy, who, boy, if you're new to the upset picks challenge, Amazon guy was guns a-blazing to start this thing. He says, I'll take Vandy over Auburn, 8 points this week. And Diesel, I believe I jinxed him on the air, and I don't know if Amazon guy has hit since. It's been a long time.
I think he's gotten one more since then.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on fire for the first 4 or so weeks. Wow. You jinxed him. He went cold for a couple weeks, hit 1, and then he's been cold for a couple more weeks after that.
How about that? Dion says, give me Kentucky plus 17 at Tennessee. J-Rock wants Vandy plus 6.5 over Auburn. Justin L. wants Georgia Southern plus 6 at South Alabama. Lyman Robb taking Vandy as well. Vandy Auburn, man, I did not expect that game to be as popular of a pick as it has been, but everybody, all the Tolos, it seems, taking Vandy and Auburn, as well as Al Baby. Buckeye Brian didn't know. Buckeye Brian took Duke 21 over Miami. Buckeye Brian, love you, man, but I don't know about that one. I do not know about that one. Diesel, let's get into the weekend menu. Every Friday at 5 o'clock, we select, you and I do, the best games in each time slot this weekend. And, there's 2 or 3 in each time slot. But, if you want to go outside of the listed ones with a little wild card, obviously you can do so. Tolos, you can play along as well. 71307, keyword fan. The appetizer, Diesel, it's a noon slot. Starting off with just something slight. However, the appetizer may be better than any other course this weekend because of one of the games. I'll give you 2 options. But again, if you have more options, throw it out there. Vandy Auburn is a popular upset pick at noon. Also, Ohio State, Penn State, number 3 versus number 4. Do you have one of those, or are you taking the field? Because, in my opinion, that noon slot's going to be hard to beat.
I'm taking Ohio State at Penn State for real this year. That's going to be, or that's been the question really for the last 20 years.
Sure.
About Penn State football. Are they for real? Can they finally get over the hump? Can they be better than 3rd place, 3rd fiddle in the Big Ten? Now, gosh, if they keep Ohio State, now you're getting pushed back to 4th and 5th fiddle. Too bad.
Yeah.
You've added Washington and Southern Cal. I understand they're not having a great season this year, but you don't want to get you don't want to keep the pecking order the way that it is when you feel like you have a better team than most of those other teams ahead of you in the rankings or around you in the perception rankings out of the Big Ten. So I'm going to be watching that one. Penn State hosting. The atmosphere at Beaver Stadium is one of the best atmospheres in all of college football. I don't know if it's a whiteout game. I hope that it is. So I'm going to be watching that one. My vote goes to Ohio State, Penn State, number 4 at number 3.
No, that one's going to be tough to beat. I think that's probably the general consensus. But, you listed 2, Diesel, but I want to ask you about a couple more games at noon. No interest, Duke, Miami. I mean, you're not flipping over to see that one. 6-2 versus 8-0. No interest there. 20 points.
That's one that you look at your phone to keep a track on.
Yeah.
And if Duke somehow keeps it close, you turn over late in the 3rd quarter and you watch the end of that football game. But if you think this one is close, Cole, you don't know.
Oh my God! Did you really just drop that? Did you really just go there?
Oh, I didn't drop it.
well,
I just replayed it. Mark
That's
Schlereth
true.
dropped it.
That's true. Fair point. That's a great cut. One more time, Diesel.
You don't know about football.
In the
And we're
worst.
going to replay that interview for you coming up in the next segment.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the very next segment, Mark Schlereth. Listen, that was when we had him on. Diesel, he made me twitchy. I'll say that. To say the least, very twitchy in terms of having to hit the dump
We're going
button.
to stretch out next time we have him on.
No
You
doubt.
never know.
Hey, Mark, we love having you on, but can you let me know when you're going to drop profanity so I can be prepared next time? How about that? JB says Tolo. Vandy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If a national guest like that, if a national guest drops an F-bomb on our station and we get fined, do they have to pay for it?
They should. That's pennies to them. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
JB says Vandy ain't winning. That's the most popular pick, so not happening. I don't necessarily disagree. The popular picks and the upset picks challenge don't always. They just don't, man. I'm not.
But
saying,
did you realize, Cole, that our little show here in the upstate of South Carolina has so much metaphysical power that it can actually make a team play badly because
That's true.
a dozen Tolos said, I like that game?
What do you mean little, though?
Well, it's getting bigger.
Little.
It's growing.
Little.
It's
Ask our Tolo
Hey.
over in Texarkana to text him yesterday. How about that? Come on.
Thank you very much.
Was
Lives
that
in
Tyler?
Dallas. He's from Tyler. No. He's from Tyler, Texas. Lives in Dallas.
Yeah, I have terrible memory. You're right. I do. Now that you said that, I do remember him saying that. My apologies. I still didn't get his name. I don't think so. But anyways, we did say noon. Let me just make sure you didn't miss any. I mean, Air Force Army, but Air Force sucks. They're 1-6. Army 7-0. Ole Miss Arkansas.
Not tasty a stretch.
No, not really. I mean, Ole Miss Arkansas though, the reality is that's a 7-point spread. 7 points. So what's that say? That game shouldn't be a 7-point spread, but Arkansas all of a sudden 5-3, 3-2 in the SEC. So who knows with that one? Maybe that's not Diesel. Maybe that's not a game you start from the beginning, but could be like a game of the fourth quarter. Oh, by the way, Diesel, hey, I text you, Arkansas Ole Miss time, right? That could be one you kind of flip over to. So moving on from the 12 o'clock time slot for the main course, 3:30, Oregon, Michigan obviously will be a very popular pick for the 3:30 time slot. Florida, Georgia as well. I believe Chris told us on Wednesday he'll be there. Is that right? Did I put words in his mouth?
You did hear that, and Chris Phillips is a Nexus being. I don't know if you just watched if you watched Deadpool versus Wolverine, they talked about anchor beings.
No, I did not watch.
Chris Phillips is an anchor being for the upset, for the field
gotcha.
storming. He was at a field storming 3 weeks in a row, Cole. The absurdity of what that man experienced is unrivaled.
That's pretty impressive.
And it's just, I know that he covers the SEC and he's a general SEC fan, but, I think you and I both know where Chris Phillips's true allegiances lie. His personal allegiances, professional allegiances are conference-wide. But to just go as a relatively neutral observer and to be in that scenario 3 weeks in a row, it's just
that's incredible. Diesel, who is your 3:30 winner? By the way, I don't know if I said it or not, but I do agree with you. Ohio State, Penn State, that's my selection for the noon slot as well. But what do you like 3:30 wise?
I am going with Florida, Georgia, because that's one of those matchups. The outdoor cocktail party that, it gets rowdy, man. Anything can happen. We might see a fight on the field. Wild stuff could go down in this football game, Cole. I'm just mad that the organizers of this game have chosen to neutral site it when Jacksonville is unavailable because they're going to be building a new stadium, moving into some new digs, instead of playing it on campus for 2 years.
Yeah.
Like it should be all along. They're going to neutral site it, I believe, in Orlando and Atlanta.
I don't know, though, man. I can't pick that one. 10 years ago, but hey, let me ask you this question. How in the world did you not The upset, your upset pick at 3:30. You didn't even pick that one for your 3:30 time slot?
Half the time I don't watch my upset.
I don't either. Sometimes I don't either. Now, I did Saturday, obviously, Duke SMU, but sometimes you're right. Sometimes they're bad games, and sometimes they're not even on TV, to be fair.
But hey, look, this is Billy Napier's opportunity to save his job. I think Billy Napier wins this one. There's no way he's getting fired, right?
No, there's no way. Not if he's
off the top of my head, they're 4-3 right now, and they got a murderer's row stretch in front of them, right? But if you can knock off Georgia when you're down bad, boom, you keep your recruits, you use it as a poker chip in the bucket, and it's one of those springboard wins that takes you farther. This is as every game is, it's a must win for Billy Napier because this win could save his job.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know that I agree, Diesel. Like, you're not winning this game. I mean, I don't know that it is a must win. I would probably disagree with you in the sense of he's not expected to win this one. Now, you're right on the pressure continues to mount. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know that anyone actually expects him and that team with the way and again, they haven't been bad as bad. Let me put it that way. They haven't been as bad. But I don't think anybody expects them to pull it off this weekend. So, it's interesting, that 3:30 slot. I know you're going Florida, Georgia, but, oh, man, this one's tough. I think I'm going to Oregon, Michigan. Yeah,
really?
Just because it's at the big house and maybe
but Michigan's not Michigan, right?
I know they're not. And look, it's 14.5 point spread. That should tell you all you need to know. And it wouldn't surprise me if Oregon covered on the road. But you're right, they're not the same. However, being in Ann Arbor still matters to an extent. I think.
I've been in Ann Arbor. It ain't nothing.
You've been?
Yeah, I've been twice.
Were you there for that game?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
And then I was there for the rematch that did not.
Yes, you shouldn't. Look, that was
should have never played him.
You never know.
Should have never
play him again. Are you kidding me?
Well,
one and done.
Yeah, right. You get that win. They may call you back and say, "Hey, we want to play you 10 more times." The answer is no. The answer is no.
Absolutely
we want that 1-0 all-time record.
There's was that the
now
first
we're 1-1? Too? Yeah, now we're 1-1.
Oh gosh, that is rough, man. Texter from the 903 in Dallas says, appreciate the mention. Can't wait to snatch Pitt's 0 tomorrow. Go Mustangs. I'm telling you, man. I don't know. You could be right, but I just wasn't impressed when I saw that.
I do want to know, has Texter ever given us his name, his
or
her name?
I think so.
I can't recall if you have or not. Texters, this goes for everybody. Make sure you sign your text when you send us a text.
Yeah.
Always, of course, text us at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan, and then put your name at the end of the text.
Yeah.
Because what we see is a teeny tiny long line of numbers, your phone number, but we don't see any kind of caller ID or texter ID, so we don't know unless you put your name on the text.
And it doesn't have to be your real name. A lot of most of them are a made-up name. Diesel, let's move away from that time slot and get to 7:30. You talk about this a lot when we're going through the weekend menu, not just from a local perspective, but from a national perspective. Which one do you think would be more intriguing? Obviously, South Carolina A&M from a national perspective is intriguing, but when you look at the 7:30s, is that the easy answer here?
If I'm looking at it from a national perspective, honestly, I think I'm watching Pitt SMU. This is the only ranked on ranked matchup in this time slot.
Yeah.
Sure, regionally, A&M South Carolina, Louisville, Clemson, both fascinating football.
Yeah, from South Carolina all the way to Texas, right?
Right.
That'll be the game.
But nationally speaking, I think when you got two ranked teams, you got an undefeated Pitt, you got a really good SMU, I think you're going to see a big, high-scoring kind of football game between these two teams, and I think it's probably the most entertaining of that time slot.
That's a good question, though. Like when you talk about nationally, not just regionally, does that match up? Even though you're right, top 25, one of them's undefeated, one of them's one loss. Does that match up? Does Pitt SMU move the meter nationally? I don't know. I would still say that A&M South Carolina is still nationally the bigger game. Obviously, it is locally and regionally, but I would still say A&M South Carolina because at the end of the day, the SEC, they're going to get more viewers than a 7-0 Pitt, a 7-1 SMU. Even though those are two good teams, I don't think the ratings, if you compared the ratings between the two games, I don't think they'd be close. I think Carolina A&M would get way more, and it is an easy answer for 7:30 just because of what it means for both teams, especially how A&M came off with a win last week, and as good as they looked, the momentum Diesel they could be building with a win on the road against South Carolina could be huge.
Cole, we got a really interesting text that just came in. We love to be able to help out our Tolos in this way. Joey says, hey guys, I'm about to launch something pretty big and could really use your help. Could you get us in touch with your sales department? Joey, yes, that might be the best text of the day, Cole, is we've got a Tolo who's got a great idea.
Is it like but is it a Rick idea? Because there's a difference between a big idea and a Rick.
Yeah, Rick's idea is he's got an ice cream shop that's moonlighting out back as a male strip club training center.
No joke.
Joey,
No joke.
if you want to tell us what the idea is, that's awesome. If it's secret, you can't tell us, that's fine. But that's the best text of the day. Any Tolo who's a business owner, we'd love to be in business with you. We'd love to talk to you about what it is you got going on. And we'd love to be able to put you in touch with the right people who can help your business grow. So, Joey, I am texting you back with Devin Vandermeer, our sales manager's email address, so that you can get a hold of her, and hopefully we can help.
And then finally, Diesel, before we talk to Mark Schlereth in the very next segment, late night snack, 9 p.m., what are we feeling? I don't like your answer on the rundown. I just don't like it.
Well, Cole, look, I look at the schedule of games we got coming up over the weekend, and truthfully, Cole, there's not a 9 p.m. slate of games.
But any late ones,
it doesn't
though?
exist. There's the 8 o'clock games, and I included that in the 7:30 stretch.
Yeah.
But Cole, there's not a game that tips off after 8 o'clock.
So nobody's playing on the West Coast at all?
No.
They just take the
8
week
o'clock
off.
game. This is the latest 3 games kicking off. All kick off at 8 o'clock. You've got Pitt, SMU, that's at 8 p.m., TCU, Baylor at 8 p.m., and Colorado State, Nevada. Outside of that, everybody's playing early.
What's the deal there? I can't
That's a
remember the
good
last
question.
time that's happened.
You're not used to that.
11 o'clock and it's done, cut off, last call.
Yeah. Hawaii, Fresno State, 7 p.m. Eastern, which means 4 p.m. on the West Coast.
Where's
Everybody's
Fresno?
playing early.
Where is that? Where?
Fresno is in Central California. It's in the Valley.
Still doesn't make sense, though.
It's a 4 p.m. game.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess, hey,
For them, it's a 4 p.m. game.
I'd just be fascinated to know the last time that's happened. That seems like it, last call's pretty early then,
Seems like it's not smart, right? Like you'd always think that there's people who want to stay up and watch a Pac-12 after dark. God,
Yeah.
I miss Pac-12 after dark. I miss the Mountain West, late night Mountain West time slate. Those are so good.
Well, you might get Pac-12 after dark back. Or Pac-8, maybe.
Hopefully.
Pac-10.
Well, and they're going to go by the Pac-12, but I think they've only got 8 members at the
8.5, 9 3/4, whatever it is, right?
When we come back, Cole, let's hear our conversation earlier this week with Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider. We had a great time talking to him. We talked Carolina Panthers. We talked big picture NFL, a wide-ranging conversation with a national-level guest. If you missed it earlier this week, you're going to hear it again on the other side of the Fan Upstate.
are joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Mark Schlereth, appreciate you hopping on with us, man. Listen, we're in Carolina Panther country here in the upstate of South Carolina, about an hour from Charlotte. So sadly, unfortunately, look at this team and this organization, Mark. Do you put more blame on Bryce Young or do you put more blame on ownership?
Oh, I put more blame on ownership. I mean, first and foremost, listen, Bryce Young did some amazing things in college football, no question about it. But, you know, my understanding is the football minds at Indianapolis at the time wanted C.J. Stroud, and the ownership wanted Bryce Young. And so that's how it's been relayed to me. Whether that's true or not, I don't even care. It feels that way. And Bryce Young, at this point in time in his career, is not an NFL quarterback. He's just not. And like, listen, man, that's not personal. That's not besmirching him. He is a great kid, but he doesn't have the requisite skill set to play quarterback in the National Football League. And I think most people who know this game were very concerned right off the start based on just his size alone. And so, you know, that's an issue. And then what you gave up for him to move up and to do that is another issue. And so, you know, you look at this Deontay Johnson, and I understand, you traded him today, but, you know, you traded a fifth for a sixth. I mean, you essentially moved up 15 places or something of that nature, and you gave him away. You know, I get it. I mean, I get you're trying to revamp some of your draft picks and all that, but fifth and sixth rounders don't do a whole lot for me. I don't know if they do a whole lot for the fan base either.
Yeah, Mark, we've seen some of the numbers behind this trade, and the Ravens are taking about $750,000 off the Carolina Panthers book. That's certainly not going to help them a lot when it comes to cap space going into next year. When you look at a team that's as down as the Carolina Panthers are and bereft of talent as they are, how much cap space does a team in that position really need to legitimately start building a roster back up into being a winning football team?
Well, really what you need is not even cap space. It's really draft picks. You know, you're going to have to build it from the draft. And it's always easy to say, but you look at the Detroit Lions, what they did with Brad Holmes in that organization, they have won. Go through their draft. Go through the Detroit Lions and go look at all their drafts the last 4 or 5 years. Like, they were 3-13 Dan Campbell's first year, and they started 1-6. And then all of a sudden they took off, and it's amazing what they've done. You look at the last 4 or 5 years of their draft, they have just flat hit on everything. And it really is amazing what they've been able to accomplish. So that's where it starts. And you know what the draft gives you more than anything else is salary cost certainty. You're not spending a ton of money on young players, and you've got them locked up for, you know, the first rounders, you got them locked up for at least 3 or 4 years. And, then after the first round, you've got them locked up for 2 or 3 years before you have, or 3 years before you can even by rule, you know, give them a contract. It's what's going on with Brock Purdy right now. So the bottom line is that's where you're going to build. Like, when you're talking about free agency, and I know free agency is a big deal and everybody loves it, you know, and everybody talks about it, but you're spending dollars to chase pennies in free agency. You're spending A+ money on B- players. And that's what free agency is. And ultimately, like, if you're going to plug a hole, I get it. That works. But you're not building a team that way. You spend way too much money on declining assets, if you will. So you've got to hit in the draft, and you've got to be patient, and then you've got to believe in what you're building. And what I know about Dave Tepper and what I've seen with Dave Tepper, and like, patience is not a virtue with that guy. I mean, he wants to win now, and they don't have an NFL roster. I did the first game of the season against the Saints, and I was going through their roster. They picked 7 guys up off the waiver wire and were starting 5 of the 7. So you picked up 7, guys that were somebody else's garbage that they threw away and scooped them up and instantly inserted them into your starting lineup. You want to talk about bereft of talent, and you think you're going to win, right? And you think it's coaching? Oh, my coaches aren't getting it done. No, dude, you don't understand what NFL football is all about. Yeah, listen, you're a brilliant businessman. You've made billions of dollars, and kudos to you. Great for you. But you don't know about football. Pardon my French.
Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Mark, before we move off of this horrible franchise, you mentioned the draft. I asked David Newton of ESPN this question a couple of days ago. Are you a kind of guy that wants to build this team or build the team up and then at some point down the road add a quarterback? Or do you believe that finding the right quarterback, even though the team's not good, is priority number one?
Yeah, I'm always going to build the team from the inside out. And, the quarterback obviously is the number one position. But unfortunately in the NFL, this is what you fall into. Pick a quarterback, any quarterback. Hey, there's 6 guys that are going to go in the first round. Just pick any of them. They're all going to be good. No, they're not. The history of this league will show you that if you take 6 quarterbacks in the first round, one of them is going to be a superstar, one's going to be a really good starter, and then 4 of them aren't going to be worth a squirt of urine. That's just the history of the league. And so it's not about just picking a player. It's about picking the right player. And right, that's an inexact science. I mean, you don't know. But there are some things, some indicators that I think really smart teams figure out and really dumb teams ignore. And one of the things about the draft that's really interesting to me is, especially in the first round, people get enamored by intangibles or tangibles, height, weight, speed, right? 40 times. Do yourself a favor. Look up the top 40 times in the history of the NFL draft, and I'll show you, like the top 20, and I'll show you 18 guys who can't play. Running a fast 40 means you're really good at running 40s. It's not a transferable skill to playing. Look at the top 20 bench pressers of all time in the NFL Combine. I'll show you 18 guys who can't play. Being great on the bench press test at the NFL Combine doesn't make you a good football player. It makes you great at benching. And to me, it's a cover your ass mentality of the NFL Combine and draft. Well, look, I did my job. This guy's the fastest guy at his position. This guy's the strongest guy at his position. Doesn't matter. I played with a guy by the name of Tommy Naylor in the weight room, by NFL parlance, weak as a kitten. I mean, weak as a kitten. On the field, one of the strongest mothers I ever played with. Leverage, hands, everything else. Couldn't, compared to the rest of us on the offensive line, couldn't hold a candle to any of us when it came to lifting weights. On the field, he was the strongest one on our team. Just leverage-wise, he was the best leverage player I've ever played with. You can't measure that. You've got to actually study film and look at guys and go, that's transferable. That guy can play. And regardless of what the stupid 40 time is, the bench press time, or how many times the guy can do burpees. Listen, when we start lining up and doing burpees and running 40s and doing bench presses, and that determines who wins and loses, then I'll pay attention to the NFL Combine. The NFL Combine is a freaking joke. I didn't get invited to the NFL Combine, and I started for 12 years. It's a joke. It's made for television drama, and it has nothing to do with whether you can play or not.
We're talking to Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL insider, 3-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time Pro Bowler. You talked there about tangibles and intangibles. what does it mean inside of a locker room to have a guy like Bradley Bozeman dive in and protect his quarterback the way that he did in that ugly, ugly play where Nathan Shepard twisted Justin Herbert's leg? Talk about guys like that in the locker room and how that really enamors them to the team.
You'd love to have dudes protect your quarterback. You love to have dudes protect each other. You know, it's funny. I had this conversation on Breakfast Ball, the show I host on Fox FS1. And, like, there are very few places in life where you celebrate somebody else's success like it's your own. Your children and sports. That's about it. Hey, like, seriously, if somebody gets a promotion over you on the radio station, you're like, hey, congratulations, that's great. Behind closed doors, you're like, that's something. I'm better than him. Like, or better than her, and I deserve that. Like, that's corporate America, right? I deserve that. I'm getting screwed. This is not, I'm the victim here. You play a professional sport, man. I've always go back to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is 25-1 as a starter with Alabama. He plays a horrible first half in a I think it was a semifinal, college football semifinal game. They pull him at halftime. He knows he's done. His Alabama career is over because your guy, Baker Tua Tagovailoa drives them down, scores, ends up driving in and getting that final touchdown. And on that first touchdown after halftime, they score, and Jalen Hurts runs down. They didn't make a big deal of it. He runs down the football field, comes off the bench, runs down the football field, and celebrates with Tua like he just threw the touchdown. Now, you're never going to play again at Alabama. You just got usurped. Your job just got taken from you. And I would venture to guess that most people would be sitting on the bench pouting and playing the victim. He's the first guy down the football field jumping and celebrating and celebrating with Tua. That's why I love sports, man. I never scored a touchdown all my years of playing. I started playing when I was in the 7th grade. Never scored a touchdown. I celebrated everyone like I'm the guy who scored. And I love that about that. Like, you celebrate your kids' victories, but to celebrate somebody else's success and really to be joyous about it is why sports to me are absolutely beautiful. So anyhow, that's where I stand, and that's why I love it.
Mark, just a few minutes ago, we talked about one bad owner. Let's talk about another. I can say that as a Dallas Cowboy fan who's been a Cowboy fan my entire life. Worked for the Dallas Cowboys for a short time. But right now, when you look at that joke of a franchise in terms of what they're doing on the field, it doesn't really seem like Jerry Jones's words mean much. He can tell the entire world until he's blue in the face that he wants a Super Bowl more than anyone. However, I don't believe it. I don't think Cowboy fans believe it. Do you believe it?
Well, no. I mean, what did he say? He came out yesterday and said, hey, man, I'm hoping for a fairy book ending. That's great. You want a fairy book ending? Like, hope is like hope is not a plan. There's nothing actionable about hoping. Like, when I'm watching teams make trades and bolster their roster and going out and getting guys, Kansas City goes out and gets D-Hop, and the Jets get Devontae Adams, and Amari Cooper goes to the Bills, and the Minnesota Vikings lose their left tackle. They go get one from Jacksonville, and there's an actionable plan there. Jerry Jones is hoping that, like, the magic fairy comes out and sprinkles dust on the Cowboys, and all of a sudden they're going to start winning. Like, the Cowboys are all hat, no cattle. Like, there's nothing about the Cowboys that I look at and go, yeah, like, that's getting better, or yeah, they fixed that. They haven't addressed anything. And he comes out and says, well, I have this belief that we're going to get better. Or like, how? Like, how are you going to get better? You haven't done anything to address it. You don't have an actionable plan. You're just going, I hope we're better. So I'm 100% with you. The other issue is, like, Mike McCarthy. I think Mike McCarthy's a damn good coach, but I'll put my player hat on. if you're in that locker room, do you truly think that Mike McCarthy has any juice whatsoever? He's on a lame duck deal. He's going to get fired. Like I said this last year, the Cowboys will win a lot of regular season games, and they'll come into the playoffs and take a dump in their helmet because that's who the Cowboys are. And ultimately, Jerry Jones consistently emasculates his head coach. Just emasculates the guy. And so go back to last year. Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy walk in the locker room, and Trey Lance is sitting in there. Oh, we got a new teammate. It's Trey Lance. Oh, yeah, Jerry traded for him last night. Didn't tell anybody. Like, don't you think if you're going to make a trade, you'd address the guy who's calling the plays? And let me just tell you this. Like, Trey Lance can't play. Like, Trey Lance coming off an ankle injury. Trey Lance was a first-round draft choice. There's a reason that, that they got rid of him. Yeah, he got injured, but they realized before he got injured that they were in trouble. Like, they made a mistake. And don't you think the guy who's making the football decisions, don't you think you should consult with that guy before you make a decision to bring a guy in there willy-nilly without talking to anybody? I mean, again, if I'm playing in there, I'm like, Mike McCarthy's shoes rips my ass about something. I'm like, yeah, well, he ain't going to be here anyhow, and I am. So what do I care? That dude ain't in charge. Oh, let me take the back staircase up to Jerry's office and complain about the head coach. Like, it's such a dysfunctional organization.
Yeah.
And all organizations, we started with Carolina, organizations that are dysfunctional, I don't care how good the players are. They won't win championships. Mark my words.
We're talking to Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Mark, we've had nearly 20 years of sending NFL games to London, to Germany. When might we see Roger Goodell make a real push to develop an NFL European division? When I tune in, the stands are packed. The fans are passionate. Yeah. What are they waiting for? It feels like a bleep or get off the pot deal here. How much more of a sample size does he need? And how much longer can they keep sending subpar matchups over there and hoping that it catches fire?
Well, they can keep sending subpar matches because the people don't know any better. So, I opened up Tottenham Stadium over in London. It was the first NFL game. It was Chicago versus the Raiders. And it was so cool driving in because all these hooligans they don't even know what they're rooting for. They just buy NFL jerseys. It's every jersey in the NFL is represented. And so then it comes down to, what team you're going to put over there. Well, Ashad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, would love to go over there. And I think anybody who has to deal with the NFL and has to go to Jacksonville to call a game would much rather go to London. So, because Jacksonville, no offense to Jacksonville, but Jacksonville they just keep this between us. You guys live in South Carolina. Jacksonville's an armpit. So, but don't tell the people in Jacksonville I said that. Just keep that. Guy code. Don't be a jerk. All right. Don't get me in trouble with the NFL and with Fox.
So don't post that as a podcast.
That's right. Absolutely.
No, just keep that between us. This guy code. Keep that between us. Just guys being guys. All right.
Mark, great stuff, man. We sure do appreciate you taking time to hop on with us, and look forward to doing it again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
Mark Schlereth, you heard him right here on the Fan Upstate. Appreciate him joining us. That was Odyssey NFL Insider Mark Schlereth.
307, keyword fan.
And connect with Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire to Wire. Peace.
Final segment for me, Diesel. I know you will be holding it down in hour number 4 as you do so well, and I'm sure that the Tolos can participate in that final hour, especially if they're participating with the Upset Picks Challenge. I don't know how many we are away right now, but, man, I know we're close. We are getting close to breaking the record for the 3rd straight week. Need 10? Is that it?
We need 10. We're at well, we need 11.
Okay,
we're at
10 to tie?
110 right now. 11 to break.
Okay, then let's go for 11. Let's absolutely go for 11.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the tie. Well, that's not an option.
No,
Tying
I'm with
is not
you.
an option.
I'm
That's
with
like a moral victory. We don't play moral victories.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Let's go ahead and get 12, 13. Why not, right? Diesel's back in the Eagles Market Studios. I'm at Bowling Springs for Burns Bowling Springs pregame show at 7 p.m. Really excited for another night of high school football. Want to remind you, Tolos, Saturday Scramble is tomorrow morning, 8 to 10 a.m. Diesel, just like you and I are back at Ingles beginning in November, tomorrow's a big day. Saturday Scramble back for the first time in a month at Ingles Markets, 8650 Asheville Highway. Obviously, we know what happened with the hurricane and their distribution center and their corporate offices. We've had Melissa and all of her fantastic staff on the show, but we are super excited to be back on location starting in November at Ingles Markets. It's going to be a lot of fun to recap tonight's games on the Saturday morning scramble tomorrow morning with Alex Guest and myself. But Diesel, tonight, Bowling Springs Burns is going to be a game where Burns is trying to continue their dominance over Bowling Springs in a series that's been led heavily by the Burns Rebels. However, this year's team, we all know the struggles they've had, the inconsistencies they've had, especially on the offensive side of the football. I don't pick the Burns games, but I'll tell you this, I said it last week, with their offense as inconsistent as it is and the way it's been so inconsistent all season, it's hard to feel confident in this Burns team, and that's just something that, is reality. Defensively, they're good. We know that. We talked about it a lot this year, but offensively, just a lot of inconsistency. And Bowling Springs, really, really good. 5-2 overall, 2-2 in the region. They really want this one. In Matt Reel's 3rd season, I think this one tonight will be a good one. But I tell you, I think Bowling Springs has the upper hand.
Cole, can you give me something that the Burns offense can do, even if they don't prevail, even if they don't win this football game?
Yeah,
that can show you, okay, even late in the season, strides are being made, right? Sometimes you get off to a rough start, injuries happen, circumstances happen, that you can keep getting better throughout the season, even if you're not winning football games. What can you point towards?
Well,
there?
To answer your question, you want to have some confidence going into the playoffs, right? Because offensively, the inconsistencies you had, if you're Burns, you've got to be able to have something, Diesel, to your point, next week, the bye week, the playoffs, you got to have something positive to build off of. You can't just get shellacked like you did last week against Spartanburg. So I think, look, offensive lines where you got to be better. The Burns Rebels have not been able to block this season. Their offensive line has struggled mightily at times. So to answer your question, because the texter earlier in the first segment who didn't give his name said I never answered your question. So to answer your question, Diesel, I'll say offensive line, man, they've got to be better tonight.
When we come back, Cole, we're going to dive right back into our upset picks. Call to arms one more time for you Tolos who haven't yet gotten in your upset picks. Some people like to wait until the very, very last minute. I'm not that kind of guy. I want to get my stuff done as early as I can, and then my weekend is free to just party. But that's not how everybody does it. We'll jump back into our upset picks and a couple other things next.
Okay, because I was trying to. Yep, and UL Monroe was only 2 I was kind of based. But listen, on the Gamecocks,
Yeah.
if they can stop that, I mean, not stop it, but they can, they averaging 221 on the ground.
Sure.
Texas A&M. If they can slow that running down, I say if they can keep them around 100 yards, and they play with the same intensity they did in LSU, they'll win that game.
That's a big ask.
We're gonna find out.
That's a big ask. And we were talking with Smitty earlier from Sports Talk Media Network. We're going to replay that interview coming up in the next segment for anybody who didn't hear it. But Harold, I think with the secondary is as good as it is for South Carolina, and the fact that A&M could potentially be going back and forth between 2 different quarterbacks, and the fact that they spread the ball around to a number of different receivers rather than having 1 or 2 key targets, I think South Carolina's defense is going to come up big in this one. The secondary, I think they're going to get at least 1 pick in this game. And if you can steal some extra possessions and put some points on the board with it, now they got to do that, right? They got to put some points on the board. I think South Carolina has a good chance.
That's the big question, too, Diesel, putting some points.
Right.
They ain't have but 2 75-yard drives in the last 2 games.
Way too many 3-and-outs.
Yeah. But the red flag is the stopping the defense stopping Texas A&M on the run. That's going to be the key to the whole game, I think.
I believe you.
Okay, buddy. You
yes,
have a
sir.
good weekend and good luck on our picks. Okay?
That's right. We picked the same game. We ride together, we die together. Thank you, Harold. Appreciate his phone call. Remember, you can always call in and get your thoughts to me at the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663. You may see me on the stream, like looking over when I read the phone number. I should know this by now, right? I read this thing almost every single day, but I got to have a cheat sheet right over here off to the side. Appreciate you, Tolos, for listening to the show. Again, we have play-by-play of Burns Boiling Springs football coming up in just about 53 minutes here on the Fan Upstate. We're your home for Burns football. We're your home for Furman football, which you're going to hear tomorrow on these airways as well as they take on the VMI Keydets. Had a fantastic conversation earlier in the show to not to lead things off. It wasn't the first segment of the show, but the second segment of the show. We were talking about kind of the precarious position that Clemson finds themselves in over the last 4 weeks of this season. And it's not Clemson's fault. They're not doing anything wrong. They're racking up a ton of yards, right? But the scheduling gods or scheduling gurus, whoever put this thing together, didn't have a clue who was expected to be a good football team in the ACC this year, and didn't have the forethought at all to say, you know what, maybe we should have our preseason contenders play each other. Duh, right? Like that's the first thing. That is the first thing on the list of tiebreakers for how they choose who goes to the ACC championship is head-to-head record. And none of the expected better teams in the league this year face each other. Now, I know that like Florida State was expected to be really good, and Florida State plays Miami. Florida State plays Clemson. I think they played Louisville too without looking up the schedule. And that kind of went haywire on them, right? But you've got an SMU that a lot of people knew had a chance to come in and be really good in this conference, has shown out and is better than everybody thought they were going to be, undefeated in the conference so far. You got Pitt, who's undefeated in the conference. You got Clemson, who's undefeated in the conference. You got Miami, who's undefeated in the conference, none of whom have played each other yet. Now, that's going to change over the coming weeks. But as of right now, there is a scenario, not super, super likely, but a scenario where Clemson could get left out of the ACC championship game, even if they run the table. Now, Clemson fans would riot, or I don't know, write a strongly worded letter with a bunch of gosh darns and whatchamacallits mixed in, right? Because Clemson fans don't cuss. They take after Dabo in that way. Dabo doesn't cuss. Clemson fans don't cuss. A lot of Gamecock fans saying BS. Yeah, they do. But the scenarios play out where Clemson could go undefeated and still not get in, because if SMU runs the table, as does Miami, those two teams both have a stronger strength of record or strength of schedule for the opponents that they faced in conference. And so far, Clemson is so far down that line of having played just the bottom of the barrel, the absolute dregs of the ACC. I got the numbers here, a combined 7-18 conference record for their opponents thus far, that you're way far behind when it comes to needing the conference strength of schedule to win in a tiebreaker scenario. So these things get more convoluted by the year, right? They make up new rules, they shuffle the rules around, but here are the rules for how the tiebreakers work in the ACC. You got 2 teams, 3 teams who are undefeated in conference. Here's how they're going to decide who goes to the ACC championship game. Tiebreaker number 1, head-to-head competition. Again, told you that you don't have any head-to-head competition yet. Number 2, winning percentage against common opponents. They don't have a whole lot of common opponents. Number 3, winning percentage against common opponents against their order of finish. If 2 is moot, 3 is moot. And number 4, combined win percentage of conference opponents. Now, again, these things could shake out. These things could change. SMU could take a loss. Pitt could take a loss. Miami could take a loss. That would be the best case scenario for Clemson. You need SMU to take a loss to ensure that you have a better chance to get in, because you don't play SMU, right? So you need SMU to take a loss. You need to handle business. If you beat Louisville, now all of a sudden Louisville is a 500 football team. They're not helping your strength of record much either. But you got to hold serve. You got to beat Louisville. You got to win at Pitt on the road. It's the only way you're getting into the ACC championship game, because the scenario played out in a funky way that nobody expected it to play out. If we had divisions in the ACC, we wouldn't have this problem. But the Gurus decided to get rid of divisions, scrap them, and do this system where you could just round robin play anybody. I hate that every conference went to divisionless scenarios. Don't you? Like, I feel like I'm talking to the ether here. I feel like nobody feels the same way I do. Do you? 71307, start your text with keyword fan. When all these conferences started going divisionless, I knew immediately I was going to hate it. Now, it makes sense because you're bringing in a lot of new faces, a lot of new teams into these conferences. In the Big Ten, you brought in all those Pac-12 schools. And yeah, we want these scenarios where Penn State's going to play Southern Cal not in a Rose Bowl. Or we want Rutgers to play UCLA. Oh, awesome matchup, right? It's just these people who dream up matchups in a room somewhere. They're the ones who hijacked this whole thing and changed it to their designs. See, it sucks for the common fan, because now, all of a sudden, if you're a Rutgers fan or a Maryland fan, but it also applies to South Carolina fans and Georgia fans and Kentucky fans too. Now, all of a sudden, instead of playing those teams that you're familiar with that you hate, but you love to play, right, on the eastern side of your conference, you're now flying all the way across the country to play teams you probably don't give a rip about. Now, in the scenario of the Pac-12 where you're adding the best brands in the Pac-12, that point is tamped down just a little bit because you're still playing big brands. But if you're a big brand on the West Coast and you got to play some crappy East Coast team you don't give a rip about, like you're Southern Cal, you want to play UCLA and you want to play Washington, but instead you got to fly all the way across the country and play Maryland. Those goofy ass helmets. Doesn't make any sense. I was not a fan when they went away from that. But anyway, I digress. If you had divisions, we wouldn't have this scenario play out because these teams would have to play each other or just face off in the conference championship game. We wouldn't have tiebreakers to figure out who goes to the ACC championship game. But that's the boat Clemson fans find themselves in. So you better make sure you hold serve. You better make sure you win down the stretch, or you can find yourself in a really, really tricky spot. Pitt could throw a big old monkey wrench in this whole thing. And Clemson fans, you need Wake Forest and Virginia to step up in a big way over the last 4 weeks of the season. Because if you find yourself in a tie-break scenario, you need Wake and Virginia to have a strong strength of schedule. It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson. Getting your upset picks in. Got a handful that have come in over the past couple of minutes. E. Thoughty is taking Duke over Miami plus 20.5. We've got Coach AJ, who says he brought a new player to the Upset Picks Challenge. Bonefish Girl is his wife. But yes, he agrees with me about the divisions. Coach AJ, what did your wife select? She took South Carolina over Texas A&M for 3 points. I think it was 2.5 points when it was locked in on Wednesday. But congratulations on you for finding you a keeper who wants to be a part of this challenge. Men, get your wives in here. You get to rub it in her face, or maybe she's going to kick your ass and rub it in your face. I don't know which. I don't know how this is going to go for you. But 71307, give me your name, your game, and the spread in the Week 10 Upset Picks Challenge. Last week, absolutely abysmal. I've never been less proud of all of you. There's like a proud papa scenario where a lot of you hit on your upset picks, and I'm proud of you. This is the exact opposite. I think we had less than 1% of the Tolos get their picks right in week number 10. We got to do better this weekend. We got to do better. Texter says, let's go E. Thoughty getting in on my Duke bandwagon. Is that Cole texting in? Hey, when we come back, we had a conversation earlier with Smitty of Sports Talk Media Network. We talked South Carolina Gamecocks. We talked Clemson, honoring players this weekend, trying to figure out why it is that South Carolina sucks at home. That's next on the Fan Upstate.